Good evening. I now call the July 13th, 2021 meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order, and I just want to say how good it is to be back with a whole bunch of people in the chambers again, to be in person with the public. So thank you all for being here tonight. All right, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, the agenda is adopted by a vote of 8-0. I'm now going to call on Board Member Rhonda Cheek to introduce tonight's pledge leader.
Fabulous. We are really pleased tonight to have Alejandro Morena Castillo with us to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Alejandro is a native of Charlotte whose parents came here from Mexico. He attended Huntersville Elementary and is now a rising 8th grader at Bailey Middle School in Cornelius. And this means a lot to me because my own children went to Huntersville and Cornelius. Alejandro is very considerate of his peers and his teachers. He likes to spend time with family, play soccer or football, and practice acting. Next year, he will be in the honors drama class at Bailey, which is an awesome class. Despite some academic obstacles during the pandemic, Alejandro is dedicated to his education and advocates for himself and for his peers. Tonight, he's accompanied by his mom, Josefa, and his dad, Alejandro, along with his Learning Zone Superintendent, Aquanetta Edmonds, and Bailey Middle School Assistant Principal, Margaret Bright. I'm going to turn it over to you, Alejandro, for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. First, I would like to start off by saying thank you for having me at tonight's board meeting. My name is Alejandro Moreno Castillo, a rising 8th grader. I have been going to Camp CMS at Bradley Middle School in Huntersville, North Carolina. To me, camp has been fun. I have enjoyed the daily math, ELA, and science lessons. We are reading the novel Patient Zero in ELA, which explores the medical, social, and cultural responses to an epidemic. We have had lots of good class discussions on this topic. Every Thursday, we've been able to spend part of our mornings outside in competitive games as a reward for working hard throughout the week. I have learned how to weave a basket and exercise in fun ways thanks to Camp CMS enrichment classes. All of my teachers have kept things fun and engaging. I look forward to going each day to see my friends. We have built a great community here between the Bailey, Bradley, and Ranson students based on respect, and I am grateful for this opportunity.
Good job. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move to requests from the public, and our first request from the public in well over a year. So the rules are as follows. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board. Groups will have 7 minutes. Each speaker will speak on any topic of their choice except for individual student matters or specific personnel matters. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. The board reserves the right to cut off any speaker who violates these rules. We don't have to worry about you're on mute anymore. We do have two podiums to come down to if you want to divide yourselves. And I now call the following individuals to come down front to the microphones, and I will ask you to call in the order, to speak in the order in which you are called. So first up, we will have Brooke Weiss and Brian Weiss, and then after you guys will have Melanie Holland and Mike Holland and Luke Holland. Oh, okay. All right, so it looks like we're starting with the Hollands. Go right ahead, Ms. Holland.
Thank you. I recently shared my thoughts with some North Carolina teachers around critical race theory, and even after learning of the deplorable abusive conditions I grew up in, the extreme poverty, lack of medical and dental care, homelessness, and my horrible education, among other things, they still managed to make it about my color. You're a racist white supremacist. You and your white privilege don't have to comment. You don't get to comment. Are we supposed to believe that these same teachers won't be having the same type of racist dialogue with students in their classroom and can be really trusted to guide student conversations? These teachers didn't care about any part of my story, not even how I managed to take a severely disadvantaged background and made something of it, which to me would be what I'd want to hear as it relates to how I can help my students. I served in the Air Force, then formed a nonprofit for at-risk youth, then became a chaplain of a gang-populated youth detention center, which is where I gained tons of insight, but none of that mattered. What mattered was the color of my skin and the opinion they didn't agree with. Working as a chaplain and gang mediator taught us a couple of important things. We knew that based on color and gender, we were an unlikely pair, but found that by sharing our collective experiences, we had a lot in common. The sad fact is that if this had been in 2021, we wouldn't have gotten the chance to really know one another as people versus our color. We learned that no matter where we've come from, with the right attitude and taking personal accountability, we can do and be anything. CRT takes away our commonality and divides. CRT is racism you can feel good about. It's not about teaching true history and inclusive teaching, as some would argue. It's the opposite. Look at the curriculum. After all, CRT is theory that ignores fact, stats, logic. We are teaching victimhood, which is a total insult to the Black community, and teaching our white students that they are inherently evil oppressors. Both are being taught that it's a crime one way or the other to be born a certain color. This wasn't okay decades ago, and it's not okay now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to be strict on the 2 minutes with everybody. And if we could hold, thank you all. We need to hold the applause. We've got 89 speakers, I believe, tonight. So we'll just keep our decorum. And after you, Mr. Holland, I just want to call down the next few speakers so we can be efficient. Sarah Hewitt, then Madison Cox, and then Sarah Holland. So Mike Holland, if you could go ahead.
Thank you. I'll begin by saying that an opposition to CRT is not a denial of the existence of racism, because it can exist in the hearts of anyone regardless of skin color, but the idea of promoting anything associated with racial division, gender identity, sexual preference, political affiliation, or social status has absolutely no place in schools. To say that this program is meant to unify and awaken those who are blind to the systems that are inherently and purposefully racist is just a lie without any facts or data to back it. And rather than create programs to bring kids of all races together, to resolve conflicts appropriately, to participate in programs together, what you're wanting to do negates everything that the civil rights movement worked so hard to do. With CRT and other woke ideology, you're wanting to move back to an era where we isolate and categorize students based on color, sexuality, pronouns, political and religious affiliation. CRT teaches that, if even indirectly, whiteness is inherently evil, and being Black means you're born a victim, which is simply not true. It teaches that nothing can be done because of being born Black or white. So you engineer systems to move the agenda forward that favors certain races. That's racism, plain and clear. Then what's just as horrible as being a Christian, straight, Republican, or having any different opinion other than what's being pushed by our current administration and the school board automatically makes you racist, homophobic, transphobic, or irredeemably evil. Since the district paid Mr. Kendi $25,000 to train leadership in this theory, I decided to read his book. And to quote his solution, the only way to fight against past discrimination is to have present and future discrimination. And the fact that it's supported by CMS is outrageous and racist. Anyone that thinks discrimination of any kind is the path we should be taking for our schools and this country clearly has no regard for any other race other than their own. Isn't that also racism? Students should be learning how to think critically, advance themselves in their studies in order to graduate, learn to associate with people of all races, genders, cultures, and classes without discrimination. But that doesn't seem to be what's important right now with this school district. Referencing the survey that you have sent or will send out, who in their right mind would think that any school at any level has the authority to identify for the student what their level of racism is, who their preference of race should be?
Thank you. Okay, Luke, your turn. Go ahead.
Just give me one moment, sorry. Okay. In my years of school, I was never the type of person to choose friends simply based on what they look like. I was bullied a lot for being shorter. I like to be alone and do my own thing, and I never really had an easy time socializing with kids through most of my elementary and middle school years. After my 9th grade year, our school district rezoned, and I was moved from a mostly white high school to a mostly black and Hispanic high school. My parents were actually really excited because I always thrived better in a more diverse environment. There was much more acceptance and much less judgment, and my friends and I always got along, and not always because, and my friends and I got along in the, I'm sorry, I lost my place. My friends and I did not make it, I'm so sorry. And the friends I made along the way were always a mix of different races. Me and my friends always got along because of who we were, how we treated each other, and our similar interests, not because we looked the same. I spent 4 years of my high school year in a JROTC program where we were taught the principles of unity and teamwork in all that we did inside and outside of school. Because of the environment that the JROTC instructors created, this group of guys and girls in all backgrounds became somewhat of a family. The school board is trying to now break us into categories that put a spotlight and to show how different we are. It is trying to isolate and divide us based on what we look like and how we agree and disagree on things. Why is this such an important policy to our school district? Why is the school district working to promote programs? Why isn't the school district working to promote programs of unity, teamwork, self-respect, and respect for others, rather than working so hard to break us into groups based on color and sexual preference? Then praise some and shame others for the category that they fall into. I believe that doing this will cause more problems throughout the school district and cause more racism than it is right now.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Sarah Hewitt. We've got Sarah Hewitt, then Madison Cox, and then Sarah Holland.
Good evening. I'm a mom of 4 kids, ages 7 to 17, and a Mecklenburg County taxpayer. What I find very sad is that we are in the state, in this world, and in this culture where free speech is under attack. If what you want to say deviates from the standard narrative that is expressed in the world, you will be under attack. So I'm going to keep it very simple. If as adults we can no longer speak freely about our own personal beliefs and public opinions, how will our children ever have the courage to speak up and say something different in class about their beliefs? We are living in a very divided time, and the current narratives we are talking about are further dividing everyone. Parents should have the choice whether to send their kids to school with a piece of cloth or paper on their face. It should be up to the discretion of parents to decide if they think it is best for their child to wear a mask for 6 to 8 hours a day. No child should get in trouble or have detention at school because their mask falls below their nose. And on the topic of CRT, you can call it anything you want, but no child should be divided by the color of their skin in school or be taught that they are inherently an oppressor or a victim of others because of the way they were born. No child should be put in the position to be divided from their friends because of the color of their skin. No child should feel like they are divided from their family members because of the color of their skin or any physical attribute. We are all extremely privileged to live in America, which provides tremendous freedoms and opportunities, some of which, like freedom of speech, are being limited. Everyone who is born in this country and those who have struggled and sacrificed everything to come here all have the same liberties. Others around the world would give everything to have. We should be teaching this message of hope to our next generation so they can be unified with their peers, not divided about whether they wear a face mask or whether their skin color is different than their friends.
All right, Madison Cox and Sarah Holland, then Nicole Riga.
My name is Madison Cox. I'm working on my master's degree in child psychology because of my passion to work with kids of all ages and backgrounds. My heart has always been to cultivate a sense of confidence in students as they achieve whatever they put their minds to, regardless of any circumstances. What is happening is an approach to focus on demonizing individuals and drawing lines in the sand for students to take sides on. Gone are the days of celebrating differences and truly and genuinely getting to know one another regardless of those differences. The problem that I see with the push for CRT is that it is a theory that has been creating an environment where anyone who even questions this approach is swiftly attacked and thrown into a group of racists, bigots, privileged, homophobes, Karens, and so many other derogatory terms. Entire lives have been destroyed because of it, and for our youth, the results are devastating. I've seen correspondence between our mom and North Carolina teachers as the attacks have been disgusting. She has been called all the names I listed above and more, all while remaining completely diplomatic and respectful in her questions and comments, as we all should be, especially teachers. These are your teachers. How in the world do we expect to promote open dialogues within the student body when we can't even trust the teachers to talk to a parent or adult who has a differing opinion? You've taken out the practice of promoting critical thinking, which includes being objective in analysis and alternative viewpoints. You're replacing history with a narrative that fits a political agenda. This has only encouraged bashing, harassing, bullying, and intimidating those with differing viewpoints, which is what has been happening on social media pages such as Exposing CMS Racists that was created by CMS students. This site tags students and lists which school they go to for the sole purpose of labeling them as racist, homophobic, transphobics simply because they don't agree. I would think that this would go against the CMS anti-bullying policy, but although reported many times, the site still remains up.
Thank you. So Sarah Holland, then Nicole Riga, then Vanessa Shelton-Jones. Ms. Holland.
Hello, I wanted to talk about how sexist the dress code is in our schools. A dress code that singles out that girls should not be a distraction. I do believe we should have a dress code and keep clothes like booty shorts and tube tops out of the professional environment, but culture, body types, and budgets can only make room for certain things. Leggings, for example, are pretty cheap and form to most body types, but our extra large shirts have to cover every square inch of our butts, literally, or we are coded. That's a problem since not all body types are the same. We have a male teacher reported for saying inappropriate things like, "Some of you girls come to class dressing like you're in a strip club. I'm glad I don't have a daughter," and using the term thotty when referring to a female student's outfit. Or others start the morning out by saying in front of the class these exact words, "Let's see which girls are naked today," while having other teachers and the school counselor laugh about it. This is a huge problem. We had another teacher say in front of the class, "Any girl who's wearing leggings, stand up and turn around so we can see if you are in code." Then to say, "You and you go to the counselor." This is humiliating. It's sexist and clearly harassment that creates a hostile learning environment, and this was done right before EOGs. Boys are constantly sagging their pants and shorts below their butts with their underwear hanging out, but the quarter of an inch exposed butt crease is an issue. I've got a picture of what I was wearing in this particular day if you'd like to see. My parents spoke with the middle school principal about these issues, and she was immediately defensive of our teachers, not the students, that were humiliated. The Zoom call was recorded so you can get a copy to see for yourself. Finally, the dress code doesn't allow for cultural or ethnic expectations. Do-rags, for example, that can protect an African-American student's hair or hairstyle are against the dress code. You allow for religious coverings, but not functional. What's the problem of banning something that it has a function? I suggest that you have students and staff discuss the best course of action for the current and future dress code policies.
Nicole Riga, and then Vanessa Shelton-Jones, and then Jennifer Thompson. Ms. Riga.
Hi, I'm Nicole Riga, and I stand for Moms for Liberty, and I'm here to talk about masks. Across social media, news, and discussed by families. What's the big deal? Just wear the mask. It's selfish not to. It's only a minor inconvenience. Today I want to ask you one question. What if they're wrong? I mean, they've been wrong before. Open your mind to just consider this. What if the masks are indeed harmful? There are numerous studies that have been done that show that this is the case. So what if masks are harming our kids? I know you've all heard this. A group of moms had their kids' masks analyzed. Any of you with kids know when they come home from school, their masks are disgusting. This is what they found on their masks: tuberculosis, meningitis, sepsis, keratitis, amoebic encephalitis, E. coli, diphtheria, Legionnaire's disease, strep, and several staph infections. Just one of these is scary enough. The point is there's much more harm to these kids than COVID. The masks are a magnet for these diseases. On June 30th, the Journal of American Medical Association, known as JAMA, published their findings that the younger children wearing masks are at a higher level of carbon dioxide levels. you can imagine how dangerous high levels of carbon dioxide are in the bloodstream. Think about your kids from the time they get on the bus to the time they get off the bus. Face masks are an experimental tool with no proven ability to stop the spread of viruses. They are only approved under the emergency use authorization. This means they're not legally allowed to be mandated anywhere for any reason. I brought this visual aid to show that the school mask mandates across the United States. The dark blue states represent the only remaining states with school mandates. Note, North Carolina is one of the last 10. 40 states have lifted this mask mandate, or maybe not even had one at all. It's time that we stand up for our kids. There should be no mask mandates in this school, and there should be no dependency for vaccinations that are experimental.
Ms. Shelton Jones, then Jennifer Thompson, then Lisa O'Brien. And can we start the timer when I call the next name? Because we just have so many folks to get through. So I'm going to ask you to hold the applause, because if it goes over, we want to make sure everybody's voice is heard. So just going forward, I'm going to call the names pretty quickly. All right. Vanessa, go ahead.
I'm Jennifer.
I'm sorry?
I'm Jennifer. I'm not Vanessa, I'm Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer. Okay. So we didn't have, okay, thank you. So Jennifer, Ms. Thompson, go ahead.
We all agree that our district has a problem with achievement gaps, but the idea that this is solely based on collective racism and unconscious bias that needs to be disrupted in our schools is highly debatable. I've looked through the social justice lessons for this upcoming year's social emotional learning curriculum, and I'm very concerned with what I see. One politically skewed lesson celebrates the success of Black Americans. However, all examples given are liberals. Condoleezza Rice, Dr. Ben Carson, and Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson are fantastic examples, yet didn't merit a mention. Surely we want to show our students a variety of successful Black Americans with a range of viewpoints. Another lesson discusses the validity of the Black Lives Matter movement and states that, quote, some people believe that this is a movement based on the false assumption of systemic racism. Systemic racism is currently being debated all over the country, so clearly not everyone believes that racism is ingrained in our very being and core value of our country. To teach about systemic racism as if it were a widely accepted fact is extremely biased. How about a lesson defining privilege as the, quote, unearned power and advantage that benefit people just by virtue of being white? Teaching children that a person's skin color automatically grants them unearned privileges is biased and highly contested. In addition, you're calling our children to be activists, which in itself is not bad. However, you're teaching them what to be activists for, instead of allowing them to determine that. What's even more concerning is that all of these lessons have the intent to make our children feel disgust towards our nation. They focus on our problems, they give no credit at all to the progress that we have made. In closing, I don't see how this curriculum will close the achievement gaps or do anything other than teach division and hate. CMS needs to check its privilege for teaching our children and leave the morals and values to parents.
All right, our next three speakers are Lisa O'Brien, and then Bill Fountain, and then Beth Colacurcio. So are you Ms. O'Brien?
Yes.
All right, go right ahead.
Okay. Martin Luther King said that darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. We need to be that light, lifting up our children with love and unity in our schools, but instead we are tearing them down by promoting hatred and division. We are not opposed to teaching truthful history. We are opposed to labeling people as oppressors and victims solely based on the color of their skin. Parents, beware of terms like social justice, diversity, equity, inclusion. Those inherently good things are being used to disguise a biased political agenda, and sadly, even in some Christian schools. For example, here's a social justice lesson entitled My Identity and My Bias that requires my son to examine his white privilege and male privilege. And the very next slide talks about oppression. This matrix of oppression was given to all CMS teachers, which shows that if your skin is white, you're automatically an oppressor. That means the 2 million Union soldiers who fought in the Civil War to end slavery were also oppressors. How is that teaching accurate history? Instead of creating a safe space for healthy and respectful debate, our schools are becoming indoctrination camps and a breeding ground for hatred and division. Just look what it's doing to teachers and parents. Does this look like love and unity? Parents, it's our job to teach our children about morality, values, and where their identity comes from. Stop this toxic curriculum and have the courage to put an end to it.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Bill Fountain, then Beth Colacurcio, and then Megan O'Connell.
Hi, I'm Bill Fountain. Based on my experience as a military officer, business manager, and 10 years teaching high school, CMS is lacking two important, often overlooked organizational principles, and which is the cause of their problems. The first principle is solidarity, meaning that we are one human family, whatever our race, economic level, ethnicity, religion, or sex. We're all descendants of Adam and Eve. Pushing the latest social fad, be it sexual disorientation, racism, or wealth envy, tells the students they are inferior. Yes, victims of some injustice, which in turn zaps their will and dignity, leaving hatred, dependency on those puppeteers pushing their victim status. What coach wants a team of whiners? No, he or she wants people who will give their all, work as a team. CMS must stop all this so-called social justice issues, focus on the basics, reading, writing, and math. In other words, the communicating and reasoning skills. The second principle is subsidiarity, meaning decisions should be made at the lowest level. This principle invites parents, the first educators, to know their sons and daughters are being taught. Face it, CMS is a big bureaucracy and needs a big dose of subsidiarity. I suggest you execute a 4-year plan to radically dissolve the CMS administration and flow responsibility down to the community level. Look, if charter schools and private schools can do it, why can't CMS? We could reduce the CMS budget and eliminate a lot of highly paid work.
All right, let's keep it quiet, please, so we can hear everyone's voice. All right, Beth Colacurcio, then Megan O'Connell, then Bob Stebbins. Ms. Colacurcio.
Good evening. I'm a CMS parent of a rising third grader and kindergartner. I'm also a physical therapist in the community with advanced training from the Postural Restoration Institute. I assess for changes in posture driven by impaired breathing patterns and instruct individuals on breathing mechanics. Specific to adolescents, I aim to improve spinal and cranial development and reduce scoliosis risk. I'm here today to share my professional knowledge on why prolonged mask use is detrimental to our children's development. Mouth breathing is a consequence of prolonged mask use that prevents a forward position of the jaw. This reduces our airway, creates compensations along the spine and rib cage to be able to draw air into the lungs. Mouth breathing prevents air humidification, which reduces the lungs' ability to pick up oxygen. In this book, Gasp, 2 dental airway experts describe how mouth breathing leads to altered growth patterns, sleep apnea, and neurologic issues in adolescents. Specifically, quote, a poorly structured and functioning airway can ultimately damage the prefrontal cortex, which controls executive function skills, attentiveness, anxiety, and depression. A literature review published this April in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health reports adverse side effects of mask use across 65 publications, including statistically significant reductions in blood oxygen saturation, increased carbon dioxide blood levels, and increased pulse rates. I urge you, the CMS Board of Education, to value our children's health and development during this most vulnerable adolescent stage, and please remove mask mandates in schools. Let's wake up, follow the science, and let our children breathe. Thank you.
Okay. Megan O'Connell, then Bob Stebbins, then Stacy Staggs. Ms. O'Connell.
I am a parent in the CMS school district. I have heard a number of varying definition attempts of critical race theory. The fact that there is not one way to define it demonstrates perfectly that it's confusing and controversial and not appropriate for our impressionable kids. This might be a great conversation for an adult theory class, but not for our young children. I live on a street with Asian, Black, White, and Indian families with kids of all ages. Very rarely does a day go by that all kids are not flooding the streets hanging out. They aren't focused on the color of each other's skin. What they care about is the person their friend is based on the kindness they express. They care about playing with each other and having fun, teaching each other games and sharing toys. I teach my children that the differences and diversity that we have create a strong community. But critical race theory is at best controversial. It's also manipulative and divisive. Nobody can predict how these theories will be interpreted or resonate with each child. The thought of someone else influencing my 4- and 5-year-old children on how they should feel about themselves and how they should view others based on the color of their skin disgusts me. It's immoral and it's shameful. The hyper-focus on race is completely against what MLK stood for in the civil rights movement. If you stand to racialize everything, then you stand against MLK. This whole theory push is a regression of our society. It should appall every one of us to the point that those in favor... Hello? That those in favor should be held accountable. I'm here to make it clear that when you enforce these rules and push these policies, it makes me question both your competence and motives. It is time for us to speak up for our children. The vocal minority cannot continue to dominate the message.
Mr. Stebbins, then Stacy Staggs, and then Rebecca Ivanoff.
Hi, I'm a CMS parent, and I noticed on the Zoom call last time and also here, I'm noticing that in your classroom here, over 75% of you are not wearing a mask. So why are you asking our kids in their classroom to wear a mask? I'll give you something visual to think about. If somebody had a cigarette in their mouth and they took an inhale and they put a mask on and then they exhaled, you would see smoke coming out through that mask and all around their mask. And if you were standing 6 feet away and you were wearing a mask, you're going to smell that smoke. So just realize that the smoke particles are 5 times bigger than the COVID particles. So if smoke can do that, imagine what COVID can do through the mask. Sweden has kept their kids basically unmasked, no lockdowns, no deaths for their kids. The ICU basically for kids and the teachers, it's very rare anybody is there. JMA Pediatrics did a study on carbon dioxide content from wearing masks. This is ages 6 through 17. Carbon dioxide levels were 6 times higher than the unacceptable levels. And that was only, each kid was only tested for 9 minutes, and you're keeping these kids masked for 4.5 hours. America's frontline doctors concluded that mask wearing will not reduce COVID spread, and cloth masks have a 97% penetration rate. Dr. Fauci, who just recently had about 3,000 of his emails released to the public, has actually said in his emails that masks and lockdowns do not work. So it's amazing what he says in his emails versus what he's telling to the general public. Science does not support masks. It's time to unmask our kids. Do what Roland and Stanley counties have done here. Unmask our kids. Make it voluntary.
All right. Staggs, you are Stacy Staggs.
I am Stacy Staggs. I am a CMS EC parent of twin girls who are rising second graders and thus have no virtual option this fall. In the last school year, we've watched exhausting series of votes about whether to reopen classrooms. From October to May, Mecklenburg County has reported 8,905 school-age COVID cases, but the CMS dashboard has only counted 1,228, or 13% of the total, and an undercount of nearly 7,000 children in our county. None of you acted or questioned that disparity. I've watched you drag teachers, staff, and students through hell in 2-week increments, while more than one of you question the dedication to their job. I wasn't quiet then, and I will not be quiet now. Last month, amid the relative success of Camp CMS, stories broke of rape of underage students at Myers Park High School, deliberate indifference from the adults, and even reports of retaliation against victims. Reports continue to come in over the summer, and it doesn't appear that you're listening. In 2019 to 20 school year, there were 1,072 reported incidents, of which 61% were determined to be violations of Title IX protections under the law. These numbers demand a response. And now you've let the snakes in. Moms for Racist Nonsense. I'm sorry. Moms Against Liberty. What are they called? I'm sorry. You know who I'm talking about. They've seized on the disarray of this leadership. They intend to drown all of our good work that's being done here with the desperate throes to maintain white supremacy. They will fight.
Please let her speak.
The fight for DEI initiatives was lost years ago. I'm calling on you to rebuke their twisted extremism today before they enlist yet another board member into their AstroTurf campaign of misinformation. Thank you.
All right. Rebecca Ivanov, then Elaine John, then Kevin Gobedy.
A new topic, yay! Equity does not guarantee equitable outcomes, as stated recently by the board. Equity does mean providing equal input, resources, opportunities to our children. How do we devise effective strategies to narrow the education gap exacerbated by the board and superintendent's closing of CMS for 11.5 months? 1, a middle school mandate requiring a 7-period schedule to include study hall and tutoring access to every student during the school day. The principals can choose to offer options like daily academic support, AB days, or approval for an additional elective for students who do not need it. Before and after school tutoring do not work. It's not accessible to disadvantaged students who lack transportation. Build it into the school day, make it guided help. It costs us no money. We need to be all in on this solution. And as a side note, I do not work for CMS, but I'm an educator. I teach study hall during the day to all my kids who need help at my personal school and my previous schools out of state, and it works. Number 2, middle and high school teachers, with the exception of a few specialized AP teachers, should be given equitable rosters by their principals. The experienced veteran teachers must stop being given solely the honors and the accelerated kids, while your new years 1 to 3 teachers are given predominantly the population that struggle and need the most help. Equitable looks like equitable rosters to every teacher, the same access and opportunity for our disadvantaged kids to highly academic content learning as the honor students. 3, bring teaching assistants into every school. Help teachers with over 30 students of varying ability and behavior issues finally get the support they need. Put to good use the extra funds just received back from the city and give the principals the budget to hire the more staff. Push-ins, pull-outs, give them the support they need. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So Elaine John, then Kevin Gobedy, then Malini Kumar.
When people in Charlotte think about Myers Park High School, images of stellar athletics, a phenomenal IB program, and a community of more than 3,600 diverse students come to mind. What probably doesn't come to mind is rape. And that, friends, is by design. You see, Myers Park High School has an image to uphold, an image that cannot be tarnished by the reality that on October 21st, 2014, a 15-year-old Myers Park student, Jill Rowe, was sexually assaulted on campus. Unfortunately, this wasn't an isolated incident, but because the administration still values the school's image over safety of students, the community has only recently been made aware of numerous other sexual assaults taking place over the last 7 years. Various authorities, including the U.S. Supreme Court, have made clear that schools, by and through their employees and agents, must address peer-perpetuated sexual harassment and violence. It is obvious, however, that the current administration at Myers Park would rather side with abusers than follow through with the prescribed Title IX protocols. Examples of these include discouraging Ms. Rowe from filing a formal complaint against her assailant by threatening retaliation against her academic standing if he were not found responsible, failing to report the attack to Ms. Rowe's mother, failing to properly investigate her assailant or otherwise take corrective action or safety measures against him, failing to offer information to Ms. Rowe about her rights and options under Title IX, demonstrating a victim-blaming attitude towards sexually abused female students. As a parent of 2 current Myers Park students, I request a full internal investigation by CMS into the MP administration. I demand clearer Title IX policies, mandatory reporting, written records of all reports, and training for all staff, personnel, students, and parents on how to report sexual violence. And finally, I believe CMS sexual education must expand to include a unit on sexual violence.
Ms. John, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Gobuddy, and then we've got Malini Kumar, and then Lori DiCenzo Carter.
Good evening. I'm a proud American history teacher in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and I wanted to speak tonight about the importance of an engaging and rigorous history curriculum for our scholars. My mission as an educator is to empower the next generation of leaders and changemakers to be critical thinkers with an understanding of their community at the local level, the national level, and their global community. And I believe that the current history curriculum gives me the power to empower my students. I believe that all students deserve honesty in education, rooted in facts and truth, even if those facts are difficult, and even if some of those truths about the history of North Carolina and the United States make us uncomfortable. Educators, trained professionals, know how to best design age-appropriate lessons for students and help them grapple with difficult facts, while teaching them to be critical thinkers and lifelong learners. The American tapestry is filled with many contradictions, failures, and successes, and to blind our students to the good, the bad, and the ugly of American history would be to do a disservice to our scholars, their parents, and the community at large. The current CMS framework for social studies curriculum allows flexibility for teachers to innovate and provide a culturally responsive education that allows our diverse students to see themselves in the American story, while also providing an unsanitized version of history that fully displays and allows students to engage with the good, the bad, and again, the ugly of American history. I urge the board to continue to work with this framework and allow educators to do our jobs and do the critical work of building the next generation of critical thinkers, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Malini Kumar, if you are here, and then Lori, if you're here, and then Jen Bourne. Are you Malini?
I am.
Please go right ahead.
Hello. Yes, this is the first time I'm attending a CMS board meeting. A little embarrassing to say because my kids have been here for a long time, so I wish I attended earlier meetings. But yes, this is the first time, and I'm glad it's in person. I didn't realize I'd have the opportunity to speak, so I'm a bit unprepared. What I'd like to say is, given that we're coming out of this pandemic, I thought coming into this meeting, what we might be discussing is how we can make sure all our students have reached the right levels they should be at for reading, maths, writing. I am disappointed, but I know this is a hot topic, that we're talking about CRT, because I can assure you that children coming out of this pandemic just want to go back to their normal playtime. And the last thing they're thinking about is what color is the child I'm playing with down the street. So the fact that we're putting so much energy into it, while I appreciate that we need to sort this out, it is disappointing that, especially after a pandemic, this is the first thing that the main topic that we're talking about. Instead, I'm very concerned about levels of achievement across the schools for all our students. And that's really all I wanted to say impromptu. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carter. Thank you. Ms. Carter, and then Jen Bourne, and then Brittany Fogarty.
11 years ago, I began my North Carolina teaching career at Garinger High School, where I had the distinct honor of working side by side with 2014 North Carolina Teacher of the Year, James Ford. Since Garinger, I have taught at Olympic High School and Philip O'Berry Academy. My time at these schools has greatly informed my growth as an educator. Listening to my students' and colleagues' experiences allowed me to examine my own understanding of race and bias. I am grateful for the training that CMS has provided over my time with the district. It has allowed me to grow and serve my students with an eye on equitable, diverse, and inclusive teaching. The most significant thing I've learned is the power of culturally responsive teaching, not to be confused with the current hysteria regarding critical race theory. Culturally responsive teaching allows students of all races to learn about themselves and their peers via the curriculum. The world's history standards require that we teach about the Renaissance period in Europe. After examining the art produced during this period, my students embark on an exploration of art that speaks to them. They then create a presentation to share with their peers. This assignment engages all students, broadens their cultural understanding, and expands their compassion for each other. The result? Culturally responsive teaching combined with social emotional learning for the win. I will never forget this painting, The Flower Carrier by Diego Rivera. The student who shared it said the reason she chose it was because it reminded her of how hard her mom worked to get her here to the United States, to give her a better life. I will never forget the discussion that ensued in my classroom, and I pray that my students don't ever either. If we want all students in all schools to be seriously engaged in learning about the world and each other, we must continue to demand culturally responsive teaching in the classroom.
So now we have Jen Bourne, and then Brittany Fogarty, and then Kendra Dixon.
Good evening, CMS leaders and community. I'm here to address this month's sideshow, and it is a sideshow. It is the responsibility of education professionals to identify and teach students everything they need to be fully prepared to engage appropriately and successfully as adults in the world. This is the role of public education. In the past year, we told teachers they are essential and forced them back into unsafe buildings before vaccinations were widely available. Now we tell them that we don't even trust them with our kids. Well, my family trusts teachers. If you don't trust public schools and public education, I have great news. You live in North Carolina. And we are a state that has chosen to fully fund school choice at the expense of our traditional public schools. You can go charter, you can go private, but if you are so unhappy that you are showing up to every board meeting to complain, there's the door. If you are tired of being called a Karen or it hurts your feelings, then don't be a Karen. Communities need schools more than schools need another adversary in you. There are plenty of adversaries in Raleigh. We are dead last in per pupil spending in the country. We fall billions of dollars short of the national average annually, and no one ever signs up to talk about how we can support this elected body as they work with a significant funding deficit every year. If anyone knows how teachers might be feeling, it is probably this school board. Well, I'm here to say that everything is not your fault. I'm showing up to ask, how can I help? And please continue expecting staff to engage in anti-racist work. Please continue to hold staff accountable for racist practices and behaviors. Please continue to watch the sideshow knowing that it is meant to distract and maintain a laser focus on equity and the children you serve. I am here to encourage you, to thank you, and to charge you to see beyond this month's distractions. If we've learned anything this year, it is that there will be another one next month.
Okay, Ms. Fogarty, and then Kendra Dixon, and then Michelle McConnell. Ms. Fogarty.
Hi, I'm Brittany Fogarty, a teacher at Hornets Nest Elementary. First, I want to thank you for the CMS Race Bias Power Equity professional development that was provided. During this, PD identified as being in the growth zone on the graphic that outlined a continuum of being anti-racist. According to this graphic, being in the growth zone means that I promote and advocate for policies and procedures that are anti-racist. I'm here to advocate for anti-racist policies, for historically excluded groups of people, for my students, for my colleagues, and my own child. Changes are needed within our curriculum in order to include history and events that have negatively impacted our Black and brown students. There are some who will try to point out that our country's history will make children of particular races or sexes feel uncomfortable. Well, history is uncomfortable. How about the Black and brown children sitting in our classrooms who have felt uncomfortable now or in the future when they realize their very own history is not taught? By excluding certain events from the curriculum, we are promoting a narrow perspective of what the history of our society is. Not teaching things that may make children uncomfortable prolongs the discomfort of our Black and brown students, while also denying students of other races and backgrounds the knowledge to make critical decisions about who they're going to be and what kind of world they wish to live in. Moreover, I would like to encourage and support additional professional development in race, bias, equity, and power. There are teachers who will ignore, deny, and tune out this critical information for student-centered teaching. While this is within their rights, it should not continue to be comfortable. Let us continue to set a precedent in CMS as educators of all people, of all races, religions, sexual orientations, and cultural backgrounds, to present factual information in a safe environment that will foster critical thinking and decision-making skills for students to forge their own path forward in this world, because that is where we will see change.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, now we've got Kendra Dixon, Michelle McConnell, and Serena Evans. Do we have Kendra Dixon in the house?
Good evening. My name is Kendra Dixon, and my family is just beginning our journey through CMS with our oldest child entering first grade in the fall. I'm speaking today because I know a group has been working to make this meeting a referendum on the most recent boogeyman, critical race theory. I want to make sure the board hears from parents who are supportive of the new social studies standards, which of course do not actually involve critical race theory. However, the same group is doing a very good job of conflating any mention of race with critical race theory. Any efforts to reform how we consider race and diversity in teaching, even any mention of race, diversity, or inclusion is being branded as such. And I'm here to say that this CMS parent believes we absolutely must discuss these issues in our schools. There's simply no way to teach our history without it. My hope for my children as they make their way through our public school system is that these new standards give them a stronger foundation in history than I received. Because when you only teach part of the story, you end up with an incomplete picture and limited understanding of our current world. I don't want my children to grow up with these same blind spots in their education. And not only is this clearly the right thing to do, it's also what is best for our children. A 2016 study provided evidence that culturally relevant teaching promotes academic achievement and engagement among all students. Teaching about cultural diversity is important even when classrooms are not diverse. After graduation, students will be required to interact across racial and cultural lines to be successful in a diverse society, and schools should prepare students for these interactions. Concealing the truth of racism will only erode trust in the education system for students who are already aware of discrimination and leave the other students unprepared for the outside world. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Michelle McConnell, then Serena Evans, and then Kay Mays.
First of all, I want to thank that parent. Thank you so much for coming and for what you said. Good evening, Superintendent Winston and members of the board. So nice to see you in person. My name is Michelle McConnell, and I'm an elementary school teacher and proud CMAE member. I want to begin by thanking you for the way you handled the recent situation with the county commissioners. Thank you for standing up for students and families and educators. We sincerely appreciate it. I am proudly anti-sexist. What does that mean? It means I reject patriarchal power structures and actively work toward gender equality. Does this mean I hate cis men? Absolutely not. I've raised 2 sons as well as 2 daughters, and I understand that patriarchy harms our young boys as well as our girls. It sets them up with unrealistic expectations and pressures. Learning about gender equality has made my sons stronger, more well-rounded, healthy, kind men who are more able to be successful as they relate to the wide variety of people they encounter in this world. I'm also proudly anti-racist. What does that mean? It means that I reject white supremacist power structures and actively work toward racial equality. Does this mean that my classroom isn't a safe space for white students? Absolutely not. Equity is the best practice for all students. Social emotional learning helps all students. Diversity benefits all students. These are not code words for some boogeyman agenda out to crush the spirits of our white children. Claims to the contrary are blatant propaganda. White supremacy harms white children as well as black and brown, and it sets them up with unrealistic expectations and unhealthy pressures. Equity helps all students grow into healthier, well-rounded, successful human beings who are able to live and learn and interact with a wide variety of people. Have no fear, board members. We know what we're up against, and it's nothing new. We didn't want to be here tonight defending our work as educators, but John Lewis told us to get into some good trouble. Maybe that's what's happening here tonight. Rest assured, we are committed to continue doing strong work, good work, and we hope you will continue to celebrate that work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. So Serena Evans, Kay Mays, and then Chris Warr. Do we have Serena Evans here tonight? No. Serena Evans, and then Kay Mays, and then Chris, I know I'm pronouncing this wrong, Warr. Serena's not here, okay. Are you Kay? You're Chris. Do we have Kay Mays here? Okay, so Chris, you are up. And after Chris, we've got Jessica Hotham and then Amanda Thompson-Rice.
All right, good evening. My name is Chris Vaver. I have been a CMS teacher since 2008, and I'm also a CMS parent. In all that time, this past year or so has been particularly difficult. In addition to teaching through a pandemic, many thought about how to teach in the face of a racial reckoning after Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd in broad daylight. This reckoning has been followed by a predictable backlash. I'm here to help ensure that anti-racist voices are the loudest. I support the anti-racist work that CMS has required its leaders and teachers to participate in. It behooves us to do both individual and systemic work to call out and break down white supremacy, both when it is trendy to do so and not. Second, let's name what's happening just as CMS is taking steps to address racism. Some people are trying to stoke white fear at the expense of communities of color. Just like the hecklers and harassers who ganged up on Dorothy Count Scoggins in 1957 as she and others integrated Harding High School, these people seek to undermine the education of people of color by claiming that they and their children are victims. The descendants of the people that sought to keep black children out of white schools are now trying to keep black people's identities, stories, and histories out of mainstream education, and we cannot allow that to happen. Now, the social studies curriculum and revisions. The updated standards support the nuanced and critical teaching that I have always seen in the best of classrooms in CMS and elsewhere. We can trust young people to look into the face of uncomfortable truths. Students, including white students, almost never disappoint in their ability to confront our past and problem solve in the present. Blair Imani says, if black children are old enough to experience racism, white children are old enough to learn about it. I would argue that white adults are also old enough to do so. Let's keep expecting more of our children and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Now we've got Amanda Thompson-Rice, and then Jessica Parmenter, and then Rochelle Salo.
I stand before you on the shoulders of my ancestors and for the voice of the voiceless. I'm an educator, I'm a CMS parent, I'm a community advocate, I'm also the CMAE president. Today, I stand before you as an anti-racist educator. In CMS, we do culturally responsive teaching, not critical race theory. It's a research-based approach on teaching that connects students to their cultures, language, their life experiences, and what they learn in school. Culture responsive teaching also allows students and educators to know that we belong. The diversity of voices represented in our communities and our curriculum must match what our kids see in their communities and in our school buildings. We promote and support educators. Today, as you have listened and will continue to listen, who is being divisive? Who is weaponizing a tool that has been used throughout history? Let's think about it. During emancipation, Jim Crow, segregation, and segregation. It is used to divide people and disrupt progress towards a more just society. Just think, 1 year ago, we were united as one. Last summer, fighting for the good of all men, women, and children, battling the pandemic of COVID and racism. Now we are here. The victim was feeling oppressed and created this superficial hysteria. For some, when you have accustomed to privilege, the move towards equity feels like oppression. Educators and education are the sole people that can truly change the future and dismantle and disrupt practices. We will continue to get in trouble, good trouble. That's why we are being attacked and for not bowing down and kissing the ring of white supremacy. CMS, we stand with you. The work of equity is vital for our school district, especially 65% of our Black and brown kids. For all zip codes, they deserve an equal opportunity. Equity and diversity is the key lever for us to be better than our past. It's the key for us to live in the creed of how to become an anti-racist future for an inclusive future for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Parmenter, then Rochelle Salo, and then Jessica Dreyer. Go right ahead, Mr. Parmenter.
Good evening. I'm not going to waste any time talking about CRT because that whole conversation is a disingenuous distraction. But I do think it's important to talk about what's behind it. In general, this movement we're seeing nationwide is about people worrying that their kids might not continue to enjoy the advantages of being centered in everything we do in our public schools. I'm not sure if y'all know who Ibram Kendi is, but he puts it this way. Racist power manipulates ordinary white people into resisting equalizing policies by drilling them on what they are losing with equalizing policies and how those equalizing policies are anti-white. It's important to recognize that's exactly what's happening here. This noise that we are hearing is a reaction to equalizing policies. It's a reaction based on the fear that equity work means white students getting demoted. It's a reaction to the work that's being done to ensure that our public schools, which in Mecklenburg are home to 74% students of color, are welcoming spaces where our students feel that school is for them and about them. So what does that work look like? It looks like intentionally reading books written by authors who look like our students. It looks like taking steps to ensure that all students have access to rigorous learning. It looks like adopting social studies standards that mean our students will learn about unfiltered history. And yes, it looks like systematically examining our own attitudes and behavior for biases that we might not even be aware of because we've never had to think about them before. Equalizing policies. And none of them would be necessary if our school's practices hadn't been so unequal for so long. We are on the right track. We still have a long way to go, but we're on the right track. Please do not be distracted or deterred by the noise. Recognize it for what it is and continue to focus on building the system that our students deserve. Thank you.
All right, Rochelle Salo, then Jessica Dreyer, then Bradley Booher. Ms. Salo.
Hi, my name is Rachel Salo, and I'm a proud parent of 2 CMS students. I think we can all agree that no matter where we are from, or our race or our creed, we all want our students to have a good education. I'm concerned that nationally funded political organizations are creating intentional division within our communities, though. Last winter, the conservative organizations Heritage Foundation and the American Legislative Exchange Council held webinars warning about the perceived threat of teaching critical race theory. Subsequently, a number of conservative operatives have decided that scaring parents about CRT would be a winning issue for them in the 2022 midterm election. Christopher Rufo of the Manhattan Institute promised in a March 15th tweet that we will, quote, eventually turn it toxic. The goal is to have the public read something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory. The 1776 Project PAC's stated purpose is, quote, campaigning on behalf of school board candidates that vow to overturn any teaching of the 1619 Project or critical race theory in their school districts. Nationally funded AstroTurf organizations like Parents Defending Education and Moms for Liberty emerged with the goal to teach parents to become, quote, watchdogs of local education systems. In North Carolina, we have the Carolina Teachers Alliance and Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who instituted a task force for reporting indoctrination in classrooms. For some of these organizations and personalities, it is about grift. For others, there is a direct effort to undermine public education and increase support for school vouchers or privatization. Moreover, it is a thinly veiled ploy to create outrage and use school board races to drive confused parents to the polls in the 2022 midterms. In short, they're coming for your jobs. Defend our kids.
Thank you. All right, so we've got Jessica, and then Bradley, and then Chandrika Odom.
My name is Jessica Dreer. I teach at Hornets Nest Elementary School. I love my school. I felt compelled to speak out today after a colleague spoke with the news channel and expressed thoughts on CMS's race, bias, power, and equity professional development training. I felt that her words highlighted our school community in an ignorant and racially biased way. White people have been the only ones entitled to comfort while learning history. Discomfort should accompany learning. If educators who think like this, especially ones teaching a class full of black and brown students, are so against merely examining their own personal biases in order to uncover unintentional but potential harmful teaching practices, well then I can't help but wonder if these are the same educators recommending medication and suspensions for black students at a rate higher than white students, not solely because of student behavior, but because they lack cultural awareness, effective teaching strategies, and an open mindset to the training at hand. Today, there are black and brown students walking into schools still fighting battles they shouldn't have to. Currently, black students are 7 times more likely to be suspended than their white counterparts. Black students receive 74% of short-term suspensions in the district, yet they comprise only 36% of the student population. Black students account for 81% of school-based referrals into the criminal justice system. Now I ask you this, have we improved our historically racist educational system past the point of educators needing reflective training? Have we removed all racially motivated inequities within our schools? The answer is no. As educators, we should understand the importance of lifelong learning. Racism is so embedded within the educational system that it'll make certain educators who claim to love these kids, so upset when addressing racism within a training that they argue on national television they have to give up their power, when only asked to examine their own thinking. Discussing the release of the data, Madam Chair, you were quoted saying, ultimately you have to get to the root cause of this. What is it that kids need before they get in trouble? Well, let's start with having anti-racist teachers.
Thank you. Bradley. We've got Bradley Boer, then Chandrika Odom, and then Abby Doherty.
All right, my name is Bradley Boer. I have been an educator for 22 years, 15 of which have been in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. I currently teach 2nd grade at Hornets Nest Elementary, and I absolutely love my school. Hornets Nest is an amazing school with some of the most caring, nurturing, and effective teachers, which is probably mostly reflective of all the schools in the district. But there also exists a minority of teachers and staff in the schools in the district that are okay with the way things have been, that deny racism as a problem, avoid the hard questions about themselves, play the victim when asked hard questions, and are only comfortable talking to others who look and think like them. But sadly, they are teaching students that do not look and think like them. As a white male, I have not had to experience, and I probably never will experience the world in the way in which my students of color and marginalized students will. But I want to be a support for them. I wanted to share that I am so appreciative of working in a school district that is promoting effective professional development, such as the CMS Race, Bias, Power, and Equity PD that we took part in asynchronously during the 2021 school year. Recently, an interview on national news brought this PD into a negative light and was based on misinformation. Over the last few years, I have learned that inaction is just as hurtful as supporting racist policies, and that is why I'm speaking up tonight and will continue to speak up to whomever I need to and as many times as necessary. So to overshadow the negativity of the fact that some are angry and or don't see the rationale for the professional development course, I want to say that it is indeed needed and say thank you to CMS for providing this PD. I want to say thank you for allowing me to participate in an activity in which I had determined myself where I fit in on an oppression reflection matrix. Depending on our age, race, sexual orientation, and other factors, we ourselves were able to determine if we were a member of a privileged group. As a middle-aged man, it was evident that I belonged to many privileged groups. But as a gay man, I was in a targeted social group. Most, if not all, of my students are in targeted social groups. Why is this important? We see other people through our beliefs, and put our beliefs on hold and cease in our own existence, no matter how brief, is difficult. but it's necessary.
Thank you. Okay, we've got Chandrika Odom and Abby Daughtry, and then Derek Moore. Is Chandrika here? All right. So, are you Abby? Go ahead.
Why are you teaching a curriculum that is based on division when you are being told now is the time to be unified? This curriculum you're forcing on our children is not a reflection of unity. Labeling people based on the color of their skin is not unity. Labeling someone as oppressed and the oppressor is not unity. That is the definition of division. The curriculum you are forcing onto our children, you are teaching them to be racist. You are not stopping racism, you are creating it. You're creating hatred and division. Quote, hate and ignorance have not divided the history of racist ideas in America. Racist policies have driven the history of racist ideas in America. That's by Kendi himself. I think you all know him. You paid him $25,000 to speak this summer. I don't think we've seen that contract yet. What you are forcing upon our children are your racist policies. You cannot teach your way out of racism. My parental rights right now are being stripped because of your policies, and you need to know I am not co-parenting with the government. It is not your job to force these ideas onto my child. Your job is to teach my child math, language, arts, science, and history, including American history. We are Americans. We are not as you want us labeled. Our only label we have is American. No, our history is not perfect. Nobody's history is perfect, but we have come a long way thanks to the people before us, like Martin Luther King Jr., that taught us to judge our character and not skin color. We, the people, are not going to let you take us backwards with your politically driven agenda. You are not here to raise my child. That is my job. Let me remind you again, your job as the school board is to put forth a curriculum to teach our children language arts, math, science, and real history. What you are currently teaching is a propaganda, and you are failing miserably at educating our children to be productive Americans. Remember, God created one race as an X, and he made from one man every nation of mankind to live on the face of the earth.
All right, thank you. So Derek Moore, then Quinn Hargett, and then Siobhan Carroll. Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Okay, give me a second. I am a proud educator, 23 years, West Mecklenburg High School. Fear has no place in education. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the first step for people to gain the knowledge, critical thinking, empowerment, and skills they need to make this world a better place. For all of us, not a select few. The purpose of education is to enlighten, is to elevate, to provide hope. I said hope, a hope that we can all make this world better, not just for some of you, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. Historian Howard Zinn stated that our students deserve a curriculum that serves as an antidote to discouragement. And right now, they're discouraged. Fear has no place in education. How can we effectively teach our children history if you want that history to be selective? You can't exclude history because it makes you feel uncomfortable. Can you imagine teaching the Holocaust because it makes the Germans today feel bad? Oh, sorry, kids. No Anne Frank for you because we revealing the truth. It might hurt somebody's feelings. Shame on us. That's foolish. You know who hates learning? You know who hates learning about the Holocaust? Do you know? Huh? Somebody say who? Nazis. And people who think it never happened. Still today in 2021. All students deserve to examine multiple perspectives of history. If we exclude problems from yesterday's history,
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right. Quinn Hargett, then Siobhan Siobhan Carroll and Mary Margaret Murray. Ms. Hargett?
Yes. During my 13 years as a student in CMS, I experienced hundreds of pop quizzes. Today, I will be giving a pop quiz. Question 1. Who sailed the ocean blue in 1492? Question 2. This meeting is being held on the unceded land of which Native American tribes? Question 3. Please quote something Martin Luther King Jr. said other than I have a dream or by the content of their character. Question 4. In 1955, a 15-year-old schoolgirl refused to move to the back of the bus 9 months before Rosa Parks. What was her name? Question 5. What Supreme Court case ruled that bans on interracial marriage are unconstitutional? Question 6. Name an inventor, a black inventor, other than George Washington Carver. Question 7. What role did Reverend James Reed play in the Selma Civil Rights Marches? This pop quiz was a lesson in culturally relevant teaching. How did you do? Did everyone answer the first question? How about the others? Did you feel shame? A wise man once said, American history is longer, larger, more beautiful, and more terrible than anything anyone has ever said about it. Board members, you must denounce any partisan attempts to censor me or critical thinking, my mic, and culture education. Cries of Marxism, indoctrination are just smokescreens for ignorance and racism. And to any educator who chooses to broadcast their discomfort with diversity training on national news, I ask, what message are you sending your diverse students and coworkers? This man also said a child cannot be taught by anyone who despises him.
Thank you.
A child cannot be afraid to be fooled.
Thank you. Guys, I got to keep it to 2 minutes each. Okay, Siobhan Carroll. Ms. Carroll, go right ahead.
I'm a mother of 2 CMS children, a rising first and 9th grader. I've been through the ringer with CMS and have been here before to applaud you when you get things right and raise the alarm bells when you're getting it wrong. CMS has much work to do when it comes to closing the opportunity gap between black and brown students and their white counterparts, and a laundry list of other items. But your commitment to follow the state standards and make sure that students learn about history in its proper historical context, including the ways race has and does play a role in it, is critical to both students' critical thinking skills and to closing the achievement gap as well. As a reminder, 75% of your students are black and brown. And if my words are not enough, let me tell you a story of why it matters. In the 3rd grade in a CMS elementary school, my child went on a field trip to Latta Plantation. When she got home and I asked what she learned on the plantation, she told me about farm animals and farming. I asked if she learned about slavery, and she looked at me puzzled and said no. When I followed up with her teacher, she said that slavery was not covered in 3rd grade standards for history. North Carolina agriculture was. So that's what the field trip was about. Taking any child, regardless of their race, to a plantation in North Carolina and not talking about slavery is exactly what those against historical accuracy want to happen. This is not about a theory that's only taught in college anyway, and no CMS student will be learning. This is about making sure white people feel good about history they don't want to remember. My father, my children's grandfather, is turning 80 next year. He was born outside of Chicago the same year as Emmett Till. My children should know that, regardless of if it makes others feel bad. What about making my children feel whole? Please do not let hyperbolic statements not based in fact hijack your efforts. Stay the course. Ensure history is told through an accurate lens, and do not bow to the voices of a loud and persistent few who do not represent the best interests of the majority of CMS parents steer you in the wrong direction. Thank you.
All right, we've got Mary Margaret Murray.
Hi, my name is Mary Margaret. I'm a mom to 3 CMS students. We love our school, teachers, and administrators. I'm here to address masks and reopening without restrictions, but I want to say this about CRT. Any movement that hides behind talking points while separating kids in classrooms by skin color under the guise of teaching about oppression is abusive and harmful. It should be rejected at every level. Back to my main point, we're at a highly rated elementary school, and yet we continue to lose families every single day to private schools, charter schools, and homeschool. One of the main reasons parents are moving their kids is for normalcy. The mask mandates need to end. School functions need to open and run as they always have. We have much more information about COVID along with vaccines, and yet we continue to restrict the lives of children in school. Out of an abundance of caution is not a good enough reason anymore. In 2020, fewer children died of COVID than from heart disease, suicide, homicide, car crashes, or drowning. Pneumonia and the flu are more dangerous to them. The odds of children becoming seriously ill from the virus or passing it to someone else is hundreds of times lower than dangers we've been living with for decades. According to David Wallace Wells of New York Magazine, mass vaccination in the U.S. has utterly changed the landscape of the pandemic, not only by protecting those who have received shots, but by changing the calculus for all those who haven't, by eliminating almost all of the mortality risk of the population at large. Masks are germ-infested, unregulated medical devices, and if the board would like to require children to wear them for 7+ hours per day, you need to give us clear evidence that there's no harm being done and that it's vital. Masks should be optional, and all activities and school functions should be up and running. If the excuse is that the governor's toolkit requires it, then we would like for you to pressure the governor along with the parents to say, change the toolkit. Get it changed so that masks can come off of kids in school. These are his voters and your voters that are leaving the schools. It's time to remove the masks, fully open schools, and give these kids their lives back.
Now we have Gina Navarrete, then Melissa Easley, and then Mike Markham. And Gina, when you get here, you will officially be speaker number 42 out of 84. So we'll be halfway through. Fabulous.
I hope we take a bathroom break. You think we will? I'm going to text Elise. We'll have to. Bathroom breaks.
I'm doing just fine.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gina Navarrete, and I'm here today as a neuropsychologist and a CMS parent to support the CMS initiative to make our history curriculum more comprehensive and factual than the curriculum that we were taught when we were children. The fact is that teaching academic subjects should not be about cherry picking which information we choose to teach. And let's be clear, choosing to only speak about the subjects that don't make us uncomfortable is not academia, it's indoctrination. This should not be a divisive issue. Teaching our students the truth should not be up for debate. The fact is that teaching a more comprehensive and complete curriculum in history will only help us and our children understand ourselves and our community as a whole. Other countries have been doing this for decades. Why can't we? I, like many people in the audience, are here to support you and your efforts to begin the road to equity by taking the first step, talking truthfully about our history. Please do not let a small group of parents and politicians sidetrack your efforts. Do not let them dictate your curriculum, because if you do, you open the door to being told in the future what subjects should and should not be taught in the schools. We are not asking educators to teach novel concepts or radical ideas, by the way, that our children are already talking about outside of the classrooms. We are asking that our children are taught an accurate and comprehensive history of the country and the world. And to the parents on the other side that don't want their children to potentially experience discomfort, I say our white children do not need their comfort more than our black and brown children need and deserve their dignity.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Easley. Oh, yeah, I didn't recognize you behind the mask. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair Dashu, members of the board, and Superintendent Winston. My name is Melissa Easley, and I'm speaking tonight as a former CMS teacher, a CMS parent of 2 children, and the co-founder of the largest pro-public education Facebook group of North Carolina Teachers United. First, I want to show my support for the CMS Racist, Bias, Power, and Equity professional development that CMS has provided to teachers across the district. It is a shame that some do not take advantage of this golden opportunity to see how we can be unintentionally hurting the students that we love, care for, and see every day. As a 14-year social studies teacher, I always taught with the belief that no matter our color, background, or zip code, we want all students to have an education that teaches the truth of our history, integrity on how to be a productive, compassionate citizen of society. In our current climate, there has been manufactured outrage over a political problem that doesn't actually exist and is nothing but a shameless attempt on the part of some politicians to score political points. The truth is, CRT is taught in a graduate school, not in K-12. Saying CRT is taught in K-12 is like saying electrical engineering is also taught in K-12. It's just not happening. What is happening is our teachers are encouraging our students to think critically. They are teaching students honestly about who we are and where we came from. They are teaching integrity on how we treat others. They are celebrating our differences and encouraging our students to fully participate in building a better nation and future for our children. We can do this by including programs such as culturally relevant teaching. CMS's program of equity and inclusion through content and personal development is working. It is leading to great teaching, improved academic performance, more inclusion in advanced coursework, improves health and wellness, and for the first time, all students are seeing themselves in the current curriculum. I implore you to keep pushing and not let politicians censor teachers to stop kids from learning our full history and to share stories of confronting injustice to build a more perfect union. Thank you.
All right, so we've got Mike Markham, then Rhonda Walker, and then David Olson.
Good evening. I'm here to express my deep concerns about critical race theory, or CRT, and well-meaning proponents of it or any similar initiatives. Critical race theory is just that, a theory. CRT divides Americans into two groups, the oppressors, whites, and the oppressed, non-whites. Character, decisions, and personal values do not matter in the realm of CRT. Some people think opponents of CRT and similar initiatives are simply looking to hide America's past sins and prevent history from being taught. Not so. Just as I was when I was a child, just as our students are currently, I was taught extensively about slavery, Jim Crow, and the Civil Rights Movement. I was also taught about MLK, who believed in judging content of character over color of skin. CRT does not align with this at all. Richard Delgado, author of the seminal work on CRT, wrote, "Whites are incapable of righteous actions on race." This is both divisive and inaccurate. Racism does exist, but it's a hard issue that cannot be fixed by any particular curriculum. Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, the world's foremost critical race theorist, shockingly wrote, "The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination," obviously dangerous. In 2021, racism is not something that presents a serious impediment to success and achievement in America. Financially, the highest earning group in America racially are not whites, but East Indians. Indians do better than whites. That is not white supremacy. If Black Americans were our own country, we would be the 17th wealthiest nation on the planet out of 195 sovereign nations. That is Black power. What I would advocate for is to take all the quote-unquote Black history that we emphasize during the shortest month of the year, dump it into the regular history books, and simply call it history, American history.
All right, Rhonda Walker, then David Olson, and then Meredith Fox.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm here on a totally different topic. It's a lot of anxiety here tonight, but I'll give you something else to think about. I'm here to talk about the rezoning that's occurring in Mint Hill. My community, Versailles, is located on True Light Church Road, and we are zoned for Lebanon Road Elementary. Even though Lebanon Elementary has 96 to 122% utilization. We were told in 2002 that everyone on the right side of True Light Church Road would attend Lebanon, Northeast Middle, and then everyone on the left side of True Light Church Road would attend Bain, and then Mint Hill Middle. Now, Bain Elementary has 64% utilization. Now, fast forward now to 2021. Based on the maps now, everyone on the right side of True Light Church Road will attend Bain Elementary except my community, Versailles. Now, for some reason, Versailles was left out. We've got 2 communities now being built that are near million-dollar homes on the right and the left of Versailles, and they magically appeared on the map for Bain Elementary that has 64% utilization. Now, we in Versailles will remain at Lebanon Road Elementary with 96 to 122% utilization, and also using trailers, and you know how that goes with 122% utilization. Bain is about 2 miles from us. So with sidewalks, our children could walk to Bain Elementary School, and me, I would drive my grandchildren because I've got an 8-year-old grandchild who lives with me. So we would love to attend the same school as the rest of our community, which would be in Mint Hill, because we pay Mint Hill taxes. I know that that has nothing to do with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker. All right, David Olson, then Meredith Fox, and then we've got a group of Alnisa Washington, Donique Kelly, Vanessa Stewart, and Ashton Ford. So, Mr. Olson.
Hi there, thank you for having me. My name is David Olson. I'm from Columbia, South Carolina. My grandfather was an educator, minister, and coach in Swansea, South Carolina for 40 years and led his high school through the days of integration when that first took place, and he was selected from his community to be the one to unite that community. To have profitable discussion, we must first unite under the common ground of love of our community's children and country. We can't have profitable discussion if at all we hate our country, our communities, or each other. So with that said, to quote the Apostle Paul from 1 Corinthians 13, "If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal." So if you don't love each other, your words don't mean anything. So with that said, I'm going to pray for all of us here.
You guys,
Father God,
don't talk over. Let's let
in
him
the name of
speak.
Jesus, Lord, we pray over this meeting and of the words of everyone here. We ask that you would unite us under the common grounds of love and for this country, Lord. We thank you for all that you've given us, and we pray that our words would not be those of a clanging gong, but that they would last and that they would be meaningful. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, so it sounds like there's a difference what we're debating. Some people are wanting to have added historical facts that are accurate to history, and that's fine, while some people are saying don't teach our kids that they should hate each other or that they should feel oppressed or that they should feel they're an oppressor based on the color of their skin, all under the realm of social studies. They're different things, and we should recognize that. So I'd like to quote a couple Proverbs here. So Proverbs 1:7 says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of all knowledge."
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes. Thank you. Meredith Fox. That's your 2 minutes. Thank you. All right. Go right ahead.
Critical race theory has become the latest buzzword intended to spark divide and outrage. It is a lens taught to graduate students that examines the interaction between race and legal institutions. No matter how advanced your kindergartner is, no one is teaching them legal theory. What you really have here tonight are people asking you to not allow teachers to teach that systemic racism existed or continues to exist. That would be like Germany making it illegal to teach about the Holocaust. The irony of a group of white people declaring racism is over leaves me unsure whether to laugh or cry. While we can debate what information is appropriate to teach students of different ages, we cannot entertain any debate on whether systemic racism exists. There are countless scientific studies demonstrating racism is pervasive in every aspect of life, from the housing market to the labor market to policing to education. We cannot whitewash or censor history just because talking about racism makes some people uncomfortable. This is not about balanced teaching or sides. This is about preserving teachers' ability to teach the truth. Doing the right thing is not always popular nor easy. Just think of the massive uproar and resistance that followed Brown v.
Board of Education in desegregation efforts or the unsuccessful fight to keep evolution out of our schools. I'm really glad to work in a district where I am not only allowed but encouraged to teach history accurately and provided professional development and resources to ensure I can be a culturally competent teacher. Like every single time I speak here, I know I will go home to an inbox full of expletives, insults, and death wishes. I'm sure each of you experience this on a far greater magnitude than I. It can be hard to stay the course with all of that noise, and so I just wanted to say thank you. And that as one of your employees, I'm looking forward to the work that lies ahead in ensuring equity for all of our students.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now for our group, Ms. Washington, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Stewart, and Ms. Ford. You guys get 7 minutes.
What would you do if you felt someone you loved was in danger? Well, I believe our children are in danger. As a mother of a CMS student and as an educator, I am immensely concerned that our children are being taught by people that do not genuinely have their best interests at heart. The thought that our children are being judged by the color of their skin takes me to a place mentally that I never thought I'd have to be in 2021. When I began working at my school, I was fearful of not connecting with the kids, but saying that I love each and every one of them is an absolute understatement, which leaves me unable to comprehend how a person or persons could work for kids they can't or won't love. Furthermore, work for kids they refuse to understand or fully educate. Hornets Nest is number 719 out of 1,578 of the most diverse public schools in North Carolina. So educating them on their history and how life became what it is today is something that is long overdue. Far too long, our children have been taught only whitewashed American history, but never given an opportunity to flourish from learning where and what they have come from. Unfortunately, I was unable to participate in the recent race training about equity, inclusion, and diversity, and that's because I'm a proud teacher's assistant, so that was not something that was shared with me. It's not about destroying some of our children's self-esteem or teaching them to hate themselves, but more about opening their eyes to what the truth was and is today. A place called the melting pot. That's our American history. That's what we call it. But how can we live in a place that's called a melting pot when some of us will not include the ingredients that make up the melting pot? Recently, one of my colleagues decided to go on public television and express an unwarranted opinion. I'd like it to be known that this person's ignorant opinion on the district's race, bias, and power training does not reflect the Vox Populi at Hornets Nest. In the 2 years of working here, I have had the pleasure of being trained and taught by several of the most inspiring educators that are open and willing to continuously evolve for the greater good of the children. Open quote, every child deserves a champion, an adult who would never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists they become the best they can possibly be, end quote, Rita Pearson, an educator. As I end, I'd like to pose a question. Would you be okay knowing your niece, your nephew, your child was being taught by someone whose moral compass allows them to educate a child differently based on the color of their skin?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dawn Unique Kelly, and I am an instructional assistant at Hornets Nest Elementary. I first want to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself as well as some of my colleagues. Next, I would like to ask you, what is the difference between an educator and an effective educator? An educator is defined as a person who teaches, informs, and inspires others. The state of North Carolina requires you to obtain an education and license before you can teach. But what makes us effective? Effective educators are identified by the respect, passion, and love they have for their students and their students' educations, all in addition to their licensure and certification. I have been at Hornets Nest for what will be 2 years in August, and throughout my journey, I have been awarded the opportunity to work with all of the K-5 students and teachers in some capacity. Majority of my colleagues have displayed the qualities of an effective educator whose morals rest on an equitable, inclusive, and diverse education for all students. However, it has been brought to some of our attention that there are a number of teachers at Hornets Nest and within the district whose morals and values have a different foundation. In a recent interview on national television, a colleague of mine stated that CMS's race, bias, power, and equity professional development required teachers to admit their white privilege, yield their power, and train students in that way. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, Hornets Nest enrollment during the 2019 and through 2021 school year consisted of 397 Black students, 149 Hispanic students, 46 Asian students, 21 students of 2 or more races, 16 white students, and 3 American Indian or Alaska Native students, making the probability of teaching a student with white privilege or power to relinquish about 2.53%. In fact, there's a greater chance that each teacher will have a class full of students whose history consists of very little to no power, visibility, equality, freedom, or worth in this country. It is terrifying to know that there are teachers and parents who view this training as problematic because it is the least that a historically institutionalized racist system could require from its employees. Although I was not required to take the CMS Racist, Bias, Power, and Equity Professional Development, I completed a semester-long diversity and privilege course whose training was very similar to the training that my colleagues received. While this country puts racial privilege on a pedestal, it is not the only privilege that one can have. In fact, each and every one of us has some form of privilege that the person in front of us, behind us, or to either side of us does not have. The goal of the professional development is to identify your privilege in an attempt to prevent it from hindering your connection with your students and colleagues. It is not a negative thing to see someone's color, gender, sexuality, or ability, because these are qualities that make each of us unique, and by acknowledging those traits, you learn how to be a great friend, a more effective educator, or a better person. Did you know that Georgia Female College became the first university to offer bachelor's degrees to women in 1836? Or that in 1884, Tate versus Hurley established the right for Chinese American students to attend public schools? In 1931, Alvarez versus Lemon Grove School Board prohibited the school board from turning away Mexican American students. In 1954, Brown versus Board of Education established that segregated schools were unconstitutional. In 1957, the Little Rock Nine were the first to desegregate Little Rock Central High. And in 1960, Ruby Bridges became the first African American child to desegregate William France Elementary School in Louisiana. Yet, just 61 short years later, here in 2021, a group of Hornets Nest elementary educators stand before you defending and pleading for equitable, inclusive, and diverse education for our students. Before I depart, I would like to leave you with this.
Thank you.
Quote from Maya Angelou. Prejudice is a burden that confuses the
Thank
past,
you.
threatens the future, and renders it private and accessible.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so now we'll go back to 2 minutes for our individual speakers. We've got Megan Carr-Milani, and then Hannah Kadane, and then Arthur Griffin.
Hello, my name is Megan Carmelani, and I'm a parent, but today I'm here as a representative of Long COVID Kids USA. We are part of an international advocacy group that focuses on supporting the parents and caregivers of children with long COVID. In addition, we aid the medical community in research and raise awareness of long COVID. Given our intimate knowledge of the effects of long COVID on our children, we are calling for mandatory mask requirements to continue in CMS. Let me walk you through why. We know children are developing long COVID in large numbers. The UK Office of National Statistics estimates that up to 15% of children in the UK have developed long COVID. The NIH puts the number of children who develop long COVID between 10 and 15%, which means long COVID is not rare in children. Long COVID is typically defined as prolonged symptoms of 5 weeks or more. During the acute phase of COVID infection, children tend to have mild symptoms or be completely asymptomatic. What we have found is that a significant portion of children will go on to develop new symptoms 3 to 5 weeks post-infection. These symptoms include fatigue, brain fog, and physical pain. It is very common for a child to be asymptomatic during the acute phase of infection and develop long COVID weeks later. We do not know which children will develop long COVID. Healthy children are at risk. Long COVID is a disabling condition for many. We are seeing both neurological and immunological symptoms. Children report inability to play sports, inability to concentrate and complete assignments, fatigue so significant some are unable to walk, brain fog comparable to dementia, and constant overwhelming pain. Common diagnoses of children with long COVID are dysautonomia, which is the dysfunction of the autonomic nervous system, MCAS, or mast cell activation syndrome, which is a condition of the immune system, ME/CFS, which is a complex multi-system condition that can lead to disabling fatigue, small fiber neuropathy, fibromyalgia, and other autoimmune syndromes. We do not know if children with long COVID will recover at this time. As you know, schools in CMS were mostly safe last year, but that is because...
That's our 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, so now we've got, I guess Hannah Cadane is not here, so Mr. Griffin, and then Monica Musler, then Aiden Finnell. Mr. Griffin, the podium is yours.
Good evening. First of all, three observations. One, I want to thank you for engaging the Council of Great City Schools with respect to student outcomes focused governance. I think that's critically important for all of our students. I want to remind you that the outcomes mean what students know and are able to do. The Leandro lawsuit is not the ceiling. That's why they call it the sound basic education. That's simply the floor. So as you enter your deliberations tomorrow, since I've heard all this wonderful dialogue, I'll just simply say implicit bias, explicit bias exists. For educators, they probably heard of something called Jane Elliott. If you haven't looked at Jane Elliott's video, take a quick peek at it. It'll give you a real good bird's eye view of what this debate is about. Your job is to provide the appropriate training so that teachers can deliver the appropriate and excellent pedagogy in the classroom each and every day. The reason I'm here, though, is to remind you to keep your word. On December the 3rd, you said you were going to come back and talk about high school diploma endorsements. As I looked at everybody's school improvement plan back in December, the words don't even exist. As your consultant said, if you want student outcomes to change, adult behaviors have to change. So I look forward to your having a debate and a discussion about student high school diploma endorsement in the near future, because school starts in 5.5 weeks. So good luck tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have Monica Musler in the house? We do. And then after Ms. Musler, we've got Aiden Finnell and then Grace Morton.
Yeah, Aiden's not here.
Aiden's not here? Okay. So we've got Ms. Musler and then Grace Morton.
I'm here as a proud CMS parent. Our children deserve an education based in fact, truth, and transparency. As a parent, I welcome educators who teach our children to look at things from different perspectives and different viewpoints. If parents and educators are unwilling to move out of their comfort zone with facts and truth, then we are failing our children. CMS has a student population comprised of many cultures, religions, and backgrounds, and it's imperative that educators are free to provide instruction about cultural and racial differences, not only in our nation, but throughout the world. And teachers are trained professionals and should have the ability to teach using factual and accurate events, both past and present. I grew up in the Deep South, where remnants of Jim Crow were everywhere. There were almost zero people from other cultures, and certainly no one who practiced any religion other than Christianity. By the time I graduated from college, I knew more about the Confederacy than I did about the Holocaust or the Civil Rights Movement. I was never taught about the Tulsa Massacre, the Wilmington riots, Native American boarding schools, redlining, and I only learned about Japanese internment camps after college. In classroom discussions throughout my education, there was no dialogue about other races or cultures. My husband was raised in apartheid South Africa, where his grandparents were sent as children from Berlin during World War II. Our family history is ugly and uncomfortable, but we don't hide from it. We want our child to learn all of these things. I call on all CMS parents to support the teachers and the staff who are leading the hard discussions. Words matter, and words like multiculturalism, diversity, socioeconomic status, and systemic racism belong as discussion points in our classrooms just as much as the words justice, liberty, and freedom. Thank you.
All right, so we've got Grace Morton, then Lily Russell Pinson, and then Audrey Ben McCloof.
Hello, my name is Grace Morton, and I'm a senior at Myers Park High School. Today, I'd like to discuss the Nikki Walmell case, as she was not granted her Title IX rights throughout her experience reporting her rape at Myers Park. According to the newly released legal documents about the case, Walmell reported her sexual assault to a total of 4 staff members, all of whom neglected her rights and options under Title IX, according to paragraph 72, Section D of the lawsuit filed against CMS. Since CMS schools receive federal funding, there's a clear expectation of both the enforcement of the Title IX policies within schools, but also the training of staff members on how to handle the situation involving sexual violence and other gender-based harassment. Staff members at Myers Park who have chosen to remain nameless have revealed that Title IX training has been administered inconsistently and when given has had no additional content added from the previous years. In some years, there have been student portions in which teachers were instructed to inform students of their rights and protections under the government mandate. However, many students never received the information from their homeroom teachers and are still unaware of their Title IX rights or existence of the mandate, such as Title IX, according to an informal survey of former and current Myers Park students. I was a minor in a CMS school when I was sexually assaulted. I was unaware of my rights, and I had turned to a trusted teacher. However, I wasn't protected from my assaulter, and he received no consequences from the administration until my parents became heavily involved. At the time, I thought my case was an anomaly. However, I see it as a symptom of a larger problem of sexual assault in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Overall, CMS and Myers Park have failed to offer protection to victims of sexual assault, and as well as informing students, including myself, of their rights established by Title IX. My question for you is, what are you going to do to make those changes in the school system? Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Lily?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lily Russell Pinson, and I am a senior at Myers Park High School. Today, I'd like to discuss how Nikki Walmell's sexual assault case was mishandled by CMS. Throughout Nikki Walmell's process of seeking justice for her assault, she has faced insensitivity and irresponsible behavior from members of Myers Park and CMS staff. One Myers Park senior administrator was a defendant in Walmell's case and is documented in the lawsuit as discouraging Walmell from making any formal action. While the defendant spoke with the minor plaintiff alone, paragraph 44 of the lawsuit filed in 2015 reports that he stated that if MG, the perpetrator of the assault, were found innocent, then Walmell would be suspended for having sex on campus in order to jeopardize her good standing at Myers Park High School. At no point in this conversation did this Myers Park senior administrator inform Walmell of her options to proceed after the traumatic events in the woods surrounding Myers Park High School. Instead, this reductive statement was made by a person in a position of power, further discouraging Walmell from pursuing the matter further. Another further example of this insensitivity to the extreme trauma Walmell experienced was when the Myers Park senior administrator mentioned before gave a speech about the woods at Myers Park during an assembly in the 2015-2016 school year. As stated in paragraph 55 of the lawsuit, during the assembly, this senior administrator informed students that some people go into the woods and don't come back happy. By saying this, he is implicating that some of the blame for the assaults in the woods lie on the victims as they went into the woods in the first place. This pattern of disrespect and insensitivity towards victims of sexual violence and gender-based harassment on campus shows that some CMS staff are ill-equipped to handle such a sensitive and complex issue as sexual assault due to the fact they neglected to provide protections for Walmell and inform her of her Title IX rights. Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, specifically Myers Park High School and its administration, have failed to protect their students against sexual violence on campus. Based on the egregious nature of how this case was mishandled, CMS must conduct a thorough, independent review of the Jill Rowe case, including the staff involved, as well as provide a renewed commitment to ensuring Title IX rights being upheld through continued training. We, the students of Myers Park High School, are entitled to a safe environment to learn, and while we are still being denied that, we will not be silent or silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Audrey here. We've got Audrey, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. I'm sure I am. Ben McCloof. And then after Audrey, we've got Katrina Carson.
Hi, my name is Audrey Ben McCloof, and I am a senior at Myers Park High School. I have come to speak before you all today in order to share my story of harassment at Myers Park High School and humanize my experience. It is easy to discount a story when it is under a pseudonym, but much harder when you have to look me in the eye while I share the events that occurred my freshman year at Myers Park. I experienced harassment on the Myers Park High School campus at the hands of another student. Every day, this male student would follow me to my car and make comments of a romantic and sexual nature that made me highly uncomfortable. When I reported my discomfort surrounding this situation to a member of Myers Park faculty, the teacher told me that this was the real world and I needed to get over it. I was not read a list of options to address the situation, nor was I offered any support from the school. I can't think of a single female presenting student that has not experienced some sort of harassment at our school. The boys of the school relentlessly catcall, grope, and otherwise harass students in the halls. I feel unsafe and as if I am not listened to on the Myers Park campus due to the actions and lack of action of the Myers Park staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Katrina?
Hello, everyone. My name is Katrina Carson, and I am a currently rising senior at Myers Park High School. I transferred to Myers Park in the middle of my freshman year under the impression that Myers Park was one of the best public high schools in North Carolina. I'm standing here to tell everyone here that I could not have been more wrong. As a woman, I am terrified of going to Myers Park again, knowing that if I was sexually assaulted or raped, I would not receive any help or care, and it would be disregarded. I wish to live in a world where I am not terrified every time I leave my home, but the sad truth is that I am. What Myers Park administration has failed to realize is that change starts with us. The perpetrators should not have been punished, and the victims should not have been blamed. But that is not what happened. Today I stand here with some of the most powerful and amazing women who have come together to make this world a better place. People may look at us and see a couple of teenagers and think, what could they possibly change? Well, let me tell you, us teenagers have managed to plan an entire protest with more than 100 people showing up, and we also have managed to get on almost every single news station that night. Let me tell you that we have more than 50,000 people on our side. Your students are angry and we demand change. In the best interest and safety of your students, there must be an internal review of Myers Park High School. Thank you.
So now we have Joy Poe and David Price, and then Reverend Gregory Jarrell. Do we have Joy in the house? Oh, okay. It's over the applause, or under the applause.
Today, you've heard stories of how Myers Park administration have made an active effort to cover up actions of rapists in their student body. These acts are abhorrent, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Myers Park victims who could not be here today, the hundreds, if not thousands, of unreported cases. You may be thinking, unreported cases, that's not our problem, but these two groups have both been affected by the same culture of rape apology that stems directly from administration. I was 14 years old when I was raped in the woods of Myers Park. While being pulled into the woods by my rapist, I was in plain view of Myers Park security and staff who were directing traffic at the end of the day. Any adult who sees a child being aggressively pulled into the woods should stop what they are doing and address the situation. This was not done. Not long after I was raped, the two members of administration came on the morning announcements and warned of a large black snake that lived in the woods and was biting students. They said, if you go in the woods and get bit, there's nothing we can do to help you. We are not responsible for anything that happens in the woods. For years, I believed that. No matter what happened to me in there was nothing they could legally do to help me. So reporting was useless. Whether there was actually a giant black snake in the woods or not, this simply shows that the administration at Myers Park do not care about victims' pain, and that message comes through loud and clear. This message has also seeped into the minds of many of my teachers. Throughout the rest of my time at Myers Park, I suffered from episodes of PTSD and crying fits in class. Not a single teacher ever asked me what was wrong, and I was simply sent to the bathroom and given a Kleenex. It is one thing to have school officials who don't care. It is quite another to have those school officials teach that hateful mindset to their staff. Students are given a crystal clear message from administration that their pain is of no concern to them. I may just be one person standing here before you speaking, but make no mistake, I have the voice of every single reported case of sexual assault at Myers Park High School behind me today. I can't speak for all of those cases, but I can tell you why I didn't report what happened to me. Because Myers Park High School told me that there was nothing they could do to help me. I should have felt safe and protected at Myers Park High School, and I did not. That is why today I ask you to reevaluate your overlooked Title IX policy, as well as take direct action against Myers Park administration. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Price, go ahead.
Thank you. Y'all got a tough job, so let me know if you guys want a drink afterwards. My name's David Price, and I'm a graduate from Huff High School in Cornelius. Today, there's been a lot of talk about critical race theory and intersectionality, and this isn't what I had written down, but I, as a white American, could use to learn more about Black history. I can admit that. I could use to learn more about the struggles of African Americans. The things that have happened in this country to our African American brothers and sisters were not good. We can admit that, and I think everyone in this room can have a conversation about the facts that things weren't good. Slavery was not a good thing. Racism, Jim Crow were not good things, and we can understand that. But I don't think the solution is intersectionality and the teaching of critical race theory in schools. And I know people, I've been hearing them all night laughing and snickering about these things, but the solution to issues like this is not curriculum. It is teaching our young people virtue and character and love for other people. Hold up, thank you. That is what we should go after. This curriculum that divides people among their race, divides people, teaches white kids that they're oppressors and Black kids that they'll always live an oppressed life, is not good for anybody. If anything, over the past few years, America has only become more racist because of the heightened conversation and politicization of racism. We need to talk more about character and leading students to pursue virtue in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Jarrell.
Board, thank you for allowing me.
Hey, guys, come on. Let's let the Reverend
So
speak,
before I speak any of my prepared comments, I just want to take a moment to honor the voices of those young women who've spoken so bravely here this evening. And to acknowledge that the racialized violence that exists in this world grows from the same rootstock as the gendered violence that exists in this world, and that the work that we have to do is to attack all of that violence. So it likely does not surprise you then that what we just saw was in the face of the stories of that kind of violence, the immediate attempt to distract from it, to return to the sideshow that we've had here this evening. You have made the choice with curriculum to begin moving towards anti-racist education. And so I want to encourage you to go deeper. We've not gone deeply enough yet. We still have the distractions. We still have the sideshow. We must go deeper. If I were speaking to those who came to bring that distraction tonight rather than to you, I would remind them that the problem as white parents is ours. White dinner tables teach kids to say, peace, peace, when there is no peace until we root out the culture of white supremacy altogether. And white churches rob kids of their souls before they have had a chance to develop a coherent moral vision for the world. In that context, white kids who are not the center need teachers and institutions that will tell them the truth if they're not going to get it from the other institutions and homes that serve them. And so, again, with my time running out, I would encourage you to go deeper, to live into the charge given to us by our Creator, to live not from fear, but out of courageous love.
Thank you. All right, now we've got Laura Ezel, then Catherine Tiddy, then Justin Perry.
Tonight I will be speaking to you from a relatable perspective as a mom on the topic of critical race theory. I hope you can hear my heart for all people and most importantly for our kids through what I say. My role as a mother is the most important role I have and I ever will have. My prayer is that I will raise my children to be respectful, kind, hardworking, accountable for their actions, and a friend to all. Critical race theory teaches exactly the opposite of what they claim to thwart, which is racism. I teach my children that we are one human race created in God's image. In stark contrast, critical race theory seems to support that we should be separated by race. It focuses on skin color and suggests that some kids are our oppressors and some kids are oppressed. This confuses, manipulates, labels, and marginalizes children. These negative stereotypes are being taught to students who would have never thought of them to begin with. This indoctrination is dangerous and undermining to the family unit of which the government and school districts are not a part of. CMS paid Ibram X. Kendi $25,000 taxpayer dollars to speak to CMS teachers. One of his philosophies is the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. Why? Discrimination has no place in the classroom. The role of the CMS board and DPI is to assist in educating our children in language arts, science, math, and history without bias. That's the good, the bad, and the ugly, but true history. CMS parents, pay attention to your child's social emotional learning curriculum and be aware of divisive critical race theory. We should be teaching our students to value and celebrate their differences in an inclusive way. Critical race theory is the antithesis of what Dr. King spoke of when he said he dreamed of a day when people would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Removes critical race theory.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Tiddy, and then we've got Justin Perry, and then Shemaye Haynes.
Hello, my name is Catherine Tiddy, and I am the co-district lead of Diversify Our Narrative CMS, a student-led initiative working to create a diverse, anti-racist curriculum that utilizes texts and lessons both by and about people of color. In joining this fight, my mission was and is to create a curriculum that accurately reflects both the students in this district as well as the history of the United States. Acknowledging the importance of representation, followed by acting on said acknowledgement, will allow every student in the CMS district to see themselves in the text they read and lessons they learn, while confidently engaging in relevant, beneficial dialogue. However, as possible critical race theory bans present themselves across the nation, including in North Carolina, these rights are under attack. Not only will these bans impact the possibility of an anti-racist curriculum, but the discourse students will have in the classroom will be changed drastically. Therefore, it is crucial that Charlotte-Mecklenburg stays true to its message of inclusivity and commits to a truthful, diverse curriculum. While many opponents of critical race theory quickly support these bans, there is often a lack of understanding of what critical race theory truly is and where it is truly applied. It is a framework for analysis in which students in higher level education courses, such as law or graduate school, are taught not to forget or rewrite the past, but to consider how history impacts the present. As we constantly encourage youth to be critical thinkers and reflective learners, the same must apply as we examine our history. The failure to present an accurate, culturally responsive teaching of America's history is an utter disservice and will not act as a protective barrier. Instead, it will leave students ill-prepared to confront inequity and injustice in their own communities, while invalidating the experiences of students of color. Who will truly benefit from a narrative that denies the past and scoffs at the idea of systemic racism? It is time to reject ignorance, demand a complete range of voices for our students, and diversify our narrative. Thank you.
Mr. Perry, then Ms. Haynes, and then Adrienne Wynn.
In 1989, Kimberly Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality to explain how overlapping or intersecting social identities, particularly minority identities, relate to systems and structures of oppression, domination, or discrimination. Today, I'm trying to put intersectional advocacy into practice in less than 2 minutes. Intersectional advocacy means acknowledging that indigenous people were violently displaced from their land, culture, and children when European explorers came to this land. Intersectional advocacy means I'm committed to supporting an honest curriculum that recognizes that race, gender, and class were exclusionary qualifiers to vote when this country was founded. Intersectional advocacy means I will make sure to let people know the difference between chattel slavery, where you and your children had to give up your name, culture, and became permanent property, which was different from indentured servitude, which was still exploitation, but came to an end with culture intact and at times land. Intersectional advocacy means that we will educate students to know that the first immigration laws restricted U.S. citizenship to free white persons of good moral character. Intersectional advocacy means that I recognize that when women got the right to vote in 1920, it did not include black women who were still racially shut out until the Voting Rights Act just over 50 years ago. Intersectional advocacy means that we will teach about the Homestead Act, GI Bill, and New Deal that were the greatest expanders of middle-class wealth in this country while largely excluding black Americans at their peak. For me today, intersectional advocacy means standing for both an anti-racist curriculum and practices while also standing as a man in solidarity with young women who have been victims of sexual assault in Myers Park and any other school in the district, even though I, as a man, never feared that experience myself. We cannot simultaneously smash the patriarchy and uphold white supremacy. Fannie Lou Hamer once said, "Nobody's free until everybody's free." Well, I'm inviting everybody in here. It's time for us to break our chains.
A lot into 1:52 seconds. All right, Ms. Haynes, and then Adrienne Wynn, and then Terry Nichols.
We stand here today in this chamber and members of this community with very different ideas of how history should be presented in our schools. History should be presented in a factual way. I want white children to know about the atrocities of slavery, Jim Crow, and the continued systemic injustices that have been imposed on black bodies. You speak of Dr. Martin Luther King as if he didn't die in the name of truth. The truth that he and our people were men and women. He died because he was determined to get our society to recognize black people as human beings. This peacemaker and fighter for the same truth some resist today is what he was gunned down for. Democracy and hypocrisy cannot exist cheek to cheek. It can't go in hand with the denial of facts. The fact of the matter is, black men and women were bound and chained in this country while some people sung hymns on Sunday. The same Bible that we stand here today and quote, speaking of love, black men and women in America were anything but loved. That includes Dr. Martin Luther King. That includes Fannie Lou Hamer. That includes Mary McLeod Bethune, Marcus Garvey. The list goes on and on. Those are the people who I want white children to know about. What's important about that? What's important about that is that my children will work with your children. My children will go to college with your children. And what will they think of my black children? Will it be love? Or will it be, we're going to have conditional love as long as it suits me and what I want?
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. We've got Adrienne Wynn, then Terry Nichols, then Rebecca Lauder.
Our ability to reach unity and diversity will be the beauty and the test of our civilization. Mahatma Gandhi. Greetings, school board members and fellow educators. I'm Dr. Adrienne Wynn, a 15-year special education and mathematics teacher in CMS. and a 7-year international instructional coach, having trained teachers in China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, and Botswana. I stand in proxy tonight for those parents and students that were unaware of the systemic fight that desperately needs to hear their collective voices. Dr. Martin Luther King states, "An individual has not started living until he can rise above the narrow confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity." We are constantly barraged by the individualistic mindsets and ideologies of privilege, all of the isms, bigotry, and systemic disenfranchisement. Today, we say stop it, listen, and do what is equitable for all students at CMS. Within the past 5 years, it became public knowledge the publisher, McGraw-Hill, downplayed slavery in school textbooks. And a Pearson textbook stated, "Slaves have not been unhappy." This continued the audacity of perpetually covering up historical facts like Lake Norman, Lake Lanier, Black Wall Street, and much more. We need to deconstruct the impact privilege continues to make on our children, then reconstruct a more comprehensive path that proves fair to all and equitable, which is called diverse equity. We have a fundamental responsibility to educational equity. Education is the great equalizer. When we do better and know better, I'm charging you to continue that plight. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Nichols, then Rebecca Lauder, and then Corinne Mack.
Good evening. My name is Terrell Nichols, and I'm a proud grandmother of 5 mixed-race, beautiful children here in Charlotte. I have no agenda but the welfare and future of all of our children. I'm going to give you a quote. "If history repeats itself and the unexpected always happens, how incapable must man be of learning from experience?" George Bernard Shaw. And I will add that if we hide history, we will never learn to adjust ourselves. I really don't understand why people don't want the truth, the real truth of history in this country to be taught. That is not true. I know exactly why. To uphold white supremacy. That's how this country's been operating. Black and brown people have been given the responsibility of protecting the feelings of white people forever. Meanwhile, keeping their monuments to men that fought against the U.S. to keep their slaves, traitors. How are we supposed to move on and unite when you don't want to acknowledge the harm that was done? How are we supposed to move on when you just want to forget the horrors of slavery? You think it will make your children feel bad? What about the feelings of black and brown children that are faced with racism every day, even in school by students and teachers? My grandson was told he was racist against white people because he spoke out about a scene in a film that was shown in school and as racist. The assistant principal even chimed in support of the teacher that called my grandson racist. That was the opportunity for the educator to have a conversation. But unfortunately, where my mixed grandchildren go to school, they are the minority.
Thank you. All right. We've got Corinne Mack, and then Suter Conrad, and then Gabrielle Gomez-Saxon.
I'm a former teacher in CMS.
Yeah, Rebecca Lauder. I'm sorry, I skipped you, so yes, you go next.
That's okay. I'm a former teacher of 5 years in CMS, a small business owner, and a mother of 5. I know firsthand that our job as teachers isn't to push our beliefs onto the children. CRT is a Marxist ideology and based on opinions. Marcuse came up with it with the focus on the color of your skin. So pardon me if this sounds disrespectful, but how do we determine how white is white? Am I white? Am I? Atrium Health has me as Black African American. My children range from paper white to light brown like me. Kind of depends what season it is. Sometimes I'm Miss Bailey's color. Sometimes I'm Miss Blakeney's color. When my hair is black and curly, like it was post-chemo, Atrium Health classified me as black. Well, I mean, my point is, does it matter? I'm a human.
You guys, let's...
Order.
I'm actually Italian American. As an Italian American, I know a great deal about how Italians have been treated as second-class citizens. I also know how Irish Americans were treated. They were treated and called dirt. They were called pigs. They were called good servants if their masters handled them harshly. Italians were lynched in the early part of the century. I have stories from my family of hardships. My family was very poor when they came here, and they lived in a 2-bedroom house and suffered greatly with 10 kids. But that's, do some research off of Google about the history about Irish Americans.
Thank you. Thank you. That's your 2 minutes. Thank you. And guys, let's just keep it civil. Reverend Mack.
Good evening. I'm Minister Corinne Mack, President of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg NAACP. And I stand on the shoulders of great black leaders like Thurgood Marshall and John Lewis and Daisy Bates and Fannie Lou Hamer and Martin Luther King, people who are willing to lose their lives so that black people could have a life and so that black children could have an equitable education. And I stand here today in 2021 to discuss an educational harm, racism. I'm an anti-racist, and I believe it's important that we begin to teach the truth in the educational system. The rich, beautiful truth about black people in this country, as well as the harms done to us. The hateful brutality against black people for over 400 years. That's important because we are a resilient people and we don't wear our harms, but we walk around every single day traumatized. Because even in these days, we are dealing with hate, implicit bias, and bias in the educational system as well as outside of the educational system. Systemic racism hurts black people and has for over 400 years, and it was intentional. Let's be clear, it was intentional. And so in my last words, because I hear about the Word of God so much in here today, the Word of God says, in all our getting, get understanding. It also says, the truth makes us free. So for those white folks who are uncomfortable, learn about our history so that you may be free, so that we can be free. Be free, beloved, be free.
We've got Suter Conrad, then Gabrielle Gomez-Saxon, and then Nikki Womwell.
My name is Suter Conrad, and I'm an educator representing Education First Alliance, North Carolina. I'm here to oppose critical race theory in our schools. Critical race theory teaches children they are defined by their race, not as individuals. Isn't this what we've been trying to stop since the Civil War? Ibram Kennedy, who again was paid $25,000 by CMS to speak this summer, said, babies at 2 to 3 years old start internalizing racist ideas. They start discerning and making decisions based on racist ideas. We're allowing our society to raise them to be racist. This idea of his is completely false. As a mother of a 2-year-old, I guarantee you she does not know what race is. We have not taught it to her, therefore, she doesn't understand it. Racism is taught. Kids do not see it until they're shown it to them. Therefore, when we teach critical race theory in our classrooms, we are teaching that they are nothing more than the color of their skin. They are either oppressors or the oppressed. Teachers are agents of the government. And by allowing critical race theory to be taught in schools, that is a direct attack on children from our government. What we must do is prioritize character and academic excellence in our schools, which will in turn inspire children from all cultures and racial backgrounds to achieve their potential. In schools, students should be taught how to think, not what to think. I would like to end with a quote from Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. We're doing our students a disservice, whether they are black, white, brown, Native American, gay, straight, it doesn't matter. We need to be teaching them standards that are going to allow them to be encouraged Americans.
Thank you. All right. We've got Gabrielle Gomez-Saxon, and then Nikki Wamwell, and then Gregory D. Rankin.
I support CMS's efforts to create an inclusive curriculum, but this requires change. I went to Collinswood Language Academy and received a multicultural education, but since then, I have learned that we need an intercultural education, where there is an exchange of cultures and ideas, not just a mention of culture to check a box. As an intern for the Smithsonian Institution, I have been working to expand education on Latino history and have realized the limitations of my own knowledge on the subject because I have been taught a whitewashed version of U.S. history. Through this internship, I am tasked with creating learning lab collections about influential Latino figures in American history. My first collection was about Dolores Huerta, a Chicana labor movement and civil rights activist, and that I had yet to be introduced to. She was just as important in leading the Delano grape strikes in 1965 as Cesar Chavez was, yet she is often dismissed in history books. What we did learn about slavery, Jim Crow, and the civil rights movement were one-sided and seemed to gloss over the oppression of racial minorities. For example, I was never taught about Emmett Till from Mississippi and the atrocities white men inflicted on the 14-year-old and the history of police brutality in the United States and on minority groups. The only way we can progress as a society is to understand our nation through a holistic and inclusive approach to history. With this knowledge, we can learn from our past and progress towards more change, inclusivity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
My name is Nikki Wimwell, but you may know me as Jill Rowe from the lawsuit against CMS. I'm 22 years old. I love art and music and theater. I know 20 digits of pi. When I was 15 years old, I was raped in the woods by Myers Park High School, and it was covered up by the MP administration. I say all this because I need you to understand that I, Jill Rowe, am a real person, and I'm not against you. I continue to speak out because I care about CMS and its students. I know that there has been significant changes to the school district since I was a student, but the fact that survivors have come forward with stories like mine from 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019 shows that those changes have not been enough. There needs to be an overhaul of how this district handles reports of sexual violence at their schools. The sexual education system needs to be reformed so students know how to recognize and report this violence. And most importantly, there needs to be accountability for the Myers Park administration that has allowed and encouraged these atrocities to be swept under the rug because they value their reputation over their students' well-being. At this point, based on your silence, with the exception of that extremely hurtful and victim-blaming Facebook post, it feels like I care more about your students than you do. If you cared about your students, you wouldn't demean them on social media or set up police officers to stop their peaceful protest or make them erase their chalk, all while ignoring their legitimate cries for change. Your students are speaking up. You can either listen to them and do what's right, or you can fight it. But either way, we aren't going away. If you truly care about your students like you were elected to, you will ensure that there is accountability and justice for all their survivors that have been silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rankin, you're up.
My name is Dee Rankin. I'm a member of the BPC Education Committee. I understand our school district has a long way to go in addressing student performance, especially around Black and brown students. But I would like to give credit where credit is due. Last year it was brought to my attention that due to COVID, a volatile social climate, and the newly adopted EL curriculum, there was a decision to exclude certain lessons from the curriculum. Lessons that included literature such as the narratives of Frederick Douglass, the Little Rock Nine, and the Holocaust. This was very disturbing, and due to concerns about omitting these very important lessons, CMS arranged meetings with the BPC Education Committee to give input on how to make the curriculum more diverse and inclusive. Thank you to Matt Hayes, Brian Kingsley, Beth Thompson, Randy Nelson, Pa Tao, and the entire CMS academic team for your willingness and dedication to make the CMS curriculum diverse and inclusive. Thank you for seeing the value in diversity and allowing students to see themselves within the lessons. Along the same time, the CMS leadership, along with the superintendent, saw the value in becoming a more anti-racist district. Thank you to your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for seeing the value and learning how race, power, and bias play a role in education as well as student outcomes. I'm here to ask you as a board and CMS leadership to continue this good work that you're doing. Continue to work towards becoming a more inclusive district. Continue to work towards becoming an anti-racist district. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research, students that participated in an inclusive curriculum, their GPAs improved by 1.4%, and attendance improved by 21%. Don't give in to these ill-informed individuals pushing a false narrative that our students are being taught to be anti-white. This is just not true. Although very important, reading and writing education is more about just reading and writing. It also includes learning about different cultures and seeing the value in all of the different cultures. So once again, please, thank you for your good work, and ask you continue to work towards allowing our students to become more educated in a culturally responsive manner. Thank you.
Okay, now we've got Stephanie Spivey, then Christine Van Meter, and then Steve Oreskovic. So Ms. Spivey is up. Spivey, I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Stephanie Spivey from District 6. History justifies governance and the governing, and the narrative serves the politics. Teaching critical race facts is central to the spine of American history. It is not coincidental that we're having this fight over which story we would tell about this country. The very same people are trying to suppress the vote. While some oppose CRT, are you the same who oppose the removal of Confederate monuments? The American idea is indeed in trouble, as it should be. We're being taught stories, not facts, stories that secure virtue, that protects virtue. In 1965, two American titans faced off on the subject of the country's racial divides. Nearly 56 years ago later, the event has lost none of its relevance, the Cambridge debate. More than half of it is devoted to explaining how Baldwin and Buckley upbringings informed their ideological beliefs. Perhaps the opposition to critical race theory would have us satisfied with a dab of no oblige oblige, mixed with a bit of wait your turn for the truth to be taught? I don't think so. Board of Trustees, support the inclusive curriculum. No backward steps.
Thank you, Ms. Spivey. All right, Christine Van Meter, then Steve Oreskovic, and then Pastor Kate Murphy.
I'm going to assume, like most Americans, you all support our armed forces and might have a personal connection, as I do myself. An army not representative of the nation risks becoming illegitimate in the eyes of the people. It is imperative that we leverage all aspects of the nation's diversity to include gender, ethnicity, religion, education, thought, sexual orientation, and cultural background to create and sustain an inclusive organization that attracts the best the nation has to offer. This is quoted from the website of the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Equal Opportunity at West Point, our nation's premier academic and leadership institution. How can we sustain a force that's successful with future leaders if they carry a narrow, myopic, one-sided story of our country and its people? For our country to lead from the front, we are obligated to ensure children learn material that encompasses the honest history of all Americans and their ancestors, such as the Red Summer of 1919 and the 1944 GI Bill, where African American World War II veterans were denied the benefit meant to increase prosperity for those who served. These men fought for freedom they were not afforded at home. I lived in Germany, and children learned the horrors of the Reich, Holocaust, and visit concentration camps. They learn atrocities their grandparents may have committed. What would you think if they didn't teach this? To those who oppose culturally relevant teaching and say you would feel disgust, please check your hypocrisy in the mirror. What are your motives to stunt the intellectual, personal, and academic growth of this generation? What defines your fear? White children feeling bad about themselves for learning the truth? Are they coated in fragile porcelain that they will crack with feeling uncomfortable? The truth emerges that this is more about you, your prejudice, and an unfounded fear at accepting the truth of history, that racism and oppression have been injected into the veins of our society, laws, and institutions since its inception. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you girls are brave.
Mr. Oreskovic.
I have in my hand a list of 205 teachers known to the superintendent as members of the social studies department who are teaching critical race. Wait a minute. Nope, that paper's blank, just like Joseph McCarthy's when he alleged the State Department was filled with communists. Fear did not win then, and it will not now. But lessons from the past haven't been heeded today. Facts fall to opinion and propaganda while boogeymen are everywhere. It seems some are believing the lyrics that history will teach us nothing. We recently received a new set of social studies standards, and teachers are at work crafting lessons for new curricula. These lessons will emphasize inquiry rather than memorization. But teachers have been using inquiry methods for years, engaging with primary sources so students can understand the why of history. Evaluation is not based on what a teacher thinks, but on what the student can prove. Inquiry helps students gain historical perspective, an understanding of the settings that are shaping people's lives and actions in the past. Critical thinking skills are taught and honed as students interact with primary sources to move from knowledge to analysis, evaluation, and finally creation through informed action. This final stage is important. Informed action allows students to demonstrate the ability to implement lessons learned from the past to affect change in the future. This is not indoctrination, but instruction. Students are learning how to identify facts and reliable sources to chart a course of action for change. Facilitating this type of learning means we must be honest about our past, not to place blame, but to ensure that we do not again fall prey to fear and ignorance. Neutrality favors the oppressor. We need to be rational and empathetic to the past journey of all Americans. We must be true to ourselves and our collective history so that we, the people, can achieve that more perfect union for what we've been striving since 1789. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Murphy.
Hi, my name is Kate Murphy. I'm a pastor here in Charlotte, but I'm also the mother of a 10th grader at North Mecklenburg, a 7th grader at JMA, and a rising kindergartner at Blythe Elementary. And in 1980, when I lived in Louisville, Kentucky, busing was instituted in our city, and my parents put me on a bus, and I started school at Whitney M. Young Elementary School on MLK Boulevard. And I had an amazing experience as part of a rich, diverse student body. But while I was there learning and playing and loving my classmates who were very different from me, I also learned that America was the greatest nation on earth. I learned that America had never lost a war. I learned that Kentucky fought on the right side of the Civil War, which was meant the Union side, which was not true. And I learned that MLK fixed racism. I learned in my very wonderful, diverse school that America had one story, and it was triumphant and heroic. I learned a whitewashed fairy tale version of American history. In 10th grade in my AP US history class, my teacher tried to teach me about Japanese internment camps. I stood up, threw my book on the floor, and yelled at him that he was lying to me. I simply didn't believe he was telling the truth because it went against everything I'd learned about American history. Who knows what I would have done if I'd learned about the Tulsa massacres, redlining, the 13th Amendment, convict leasing, and Emmett Till. I don't know what I would have done because nobody taught me about them. Nobody even taught me who Whitney M. Young was, even though I went to an elementary school named after him. Thank you for doing better by my 3 white daughters. I support these social studies standards.
So now we have Susan Ankutovich, then Glenn Stevens, then Tracy Gainey. Do we have Susan? All right, looks like you're up, Mr. Stevens. Careful. Go right ahead.
This past year accentuated several negative dynamics within discussions of our students' public school system. These dynamics, many of which have been on display tonight, do nothing to foster our students' ability to strive for their best possible outcomes. The first dynamic is a claim in which 2 completely opposing point of view appear to be logically equivalent when in fact they are not. This is represented by the belief that because the loudest on social media espouse one belief, that belief must in fact be true, as opposed to a second belief which may in fact have the overwhelming collection of data to support it. This is the danger of vilifying others on social media. If one is not careful, one's belief system becomes dominated by a singular mindset which may not be supported in confirmed data. And more importantly, it doesn't best serve our students. The second dangerous dynamic is substituting one person's actual position with a misrepresentation of the position, represented by the assertion that because one supports fiscally responsible government, one must be opposed to those who serve our students. In 1 year, my family has given more to our adopted son's team of educators than in my first son's entire 6-year lifetime. Yet my fiscally conservative views have been wrongfully characterized as being anti-teacher, a contention which only serves to shut down discussion and limit valid viewpoints. Finally, there is the dangerous dynamic of interpreting definitions of key terms wrongly, represented by the egregious way in which quality and equity are often misrepresented. Equality is a condition in which 2 separate quantities are the same. 2 plus 2 is the same as 4. Equity is the allocation of resources in a way that differing students or populations arrive at their chosen outcomes, though the outcomes may not in truth be the same, nor are they guaranteed. The time is long past for the name calling by some to stop and for our students to come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Tracy Gainey? And then I've got another Joy Poe. Okay, then Jen Neitzel. And then after Jen, we've got Stu Lockerbie and then Julie Anna Kaufman.
So am I?
You're up.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jen Neitzel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Educational Equity Institute, which is a nonprofit based here in Charlotte. I'm speaking tonight as an educator, but also as a mother of 3 children in CMS schools, a senior, a freshman, and a 5th grader. A large part of the work that I do focuses on providing professional development and consultation to schools and school districts who are looking to expand their knowledge and understanding of racism and the inequities within the educational system. We tell the true history of our country because it is essential that educators and their students understand the root causes of the ongoing inequities and racism within our society. We have educated thousands of teachers and other school administrators, and on the whole, the feedback we get is very positive. We hear a lot of educators say, why haven't we heard this before? Why weren't we taught this in school? We will not eradicate the inequities within the CMS until we confront our complicated and hypocritical past. Teaching our history doesn't mean that we are explicitly telling white children that they are racist. Teaching our true history doesn't mean that we are out to make white children feel bad about being white. All of this is counterproductive to the cause. What is needed is an emphasis on providing opportunities for our children to learn about and discuss in a deeply intentional and developmentally appropriate way about our true history. This can be done, and it is essential for us to heal as individuals, as a community, as a nation from white supremacy and racism. No one is immune from their negative effects. You will also hear that teaching about history and racism should be left to parents, and I can tell you that as a mother of 3 boys, who I'm doing best to raise as anti-racist, I am fighting against social media, the media, and peers. This task is ongoing and daily and cannot be left to parents alone. I urge you as school board members to continue to support the use of culturally responsive anti-bias practices that promote the social, emotional, and intellectual development of all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Stu Lockerbie, then Juliana Kaufman, and then Katie McCoy.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. Decades ago, we started teaching evolution in our schools. And most people know that that was popularized by Charles Darwin through his book, Origin of Species. Well, what a lot of people don't realize is that the subtitle was Origin of Species, or the Preservation of the Favored Races. Now, I take that statement as racist, that in Darwin's view, there were favored races, more advanced races. Of course, he didn't look at himself as a racist. He was making observations and then making, in my opinion, very, very wrong conclusions. Now, I'll let you decide whether critical race theory is teaching that we have favored races. I hope that it doesn't. But in this country, we as Americans say that we believe that we have a creator, that we are created with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And Alexander Stevens recognized that the founders abhorred slavery and hoped for a way to abolish it. In fact, Thomas Jefferson, in his original draft of the Declaration of Independence, laid the fault of the slavery's import into the United States at the feet of King George. But he said they were in error. You see, Alexander Stevens was the vice president of the Confederacy, Democrat. I'm all in favor of teaching the real.
Thank you. So we've got Julianne Kaufman, then Katie McCoy, and then Jessica Atham. Are you Juliana?
I am.
Go right ahead.
I am overwhelmed. This is my first school board meeting, and I am so sad to the core at where we are as a people. We are Americans, and we are tearing and dividing each other up. I was not planning on speaking, but I've been making some notes, mainly because my son was diagnosed with autism 2 years ago, and the doctor was so afraid of being ridiculed for writing a note that allowed him to not wear a mask in 3rd grade, that he refused to write it. The CDC guidelines are guidelines. They are not law. Okay, so I want to talk about Jesus, because this is why he came. This division and confusion is why Jesus came, is why he bled on the cross for our sins. My time, I wanted to talk about masks, but I am overwhelmed and I am burdened. Let me just say this. 21 U.S. Code 360 BBB-3 states no emergency authorized medical product can be forced, as individuals have the option to accept or refuse administration of the product. We are protected by law. My son has not been protected. I pulled him out because he needed to breathe. 21 U.S. Code 360 BBB-3 includes masks, PCR tests, vaccinations. Look up the Tuskegee experiment.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCoy. And then Jessica, I couldn't read your last name.
Man, she just shared the gospel, so there's really not more I can say. That's really all we needed to hear tonight, really. I was not planning on to speak. Thank you for your service, first of all. Thank you. Regardless if we agree with one another, thank you for your service. My name is Katie McCoy. I am a graduate of Providence High School, class of 99, South Charlotte Middle School, and Elizabeth Traditional Elementary School. Also, both my parents graduated from CMS at Independence and Olympic. My grandparents graduated at CMS, and my great-grandparents graduated at CMS. For the first time in 5 generations, my husband and I pulled my children from the school system for now, because we believe the school system is not listening to the many concerns of local parents. First, as many have said tonight, parents should have the choice to determine whether or not their children have to wear a muzzle on their face. There are multiple studies out now that show children are not super spreaders of COVID. There are multiple therapeutics out there that work, like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, that many doctors and scientists say are actual cures. And there's a vaccine for any teacher or administrator who wants it. Now, in terms of what some are calling cultural appropriate learning, you have heard many viewpoints today. So how do we move forward? Of course, we should learn about different cultures, ethnicities, the history of slavery. We definitely need to listen to that. The Holocaust. We should never divide children into different camps, oppressed and oppressor. If we listen to those who agree with cultural appropriate learning or CRT or whatever you want to call it, then there is no redemption. And that goes against my Christian faith and countless many other families of all ethnicities in CMS. I will leave with a recent Alveda King quote, who is MLK's great niece, a freedom fighter.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. McCoy. So do we have Jessica? Jessica Atham? I can't read this. No. All right. Well, Ms. McCoy was our final speaker. I think we're going to do a 5-minute recess before we move on. We've got a great meeting. If anyone wants to stick around, we have some great reports and action items coming up. So we'll be right back.
Praise the Lord. I'm so stupid at this point. I may not be able to forget her.
All right.
Stand up. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I assumed it was building security.
necessity.
All right.
Fun times. And then my dad's a teacher, so I wouldn't be able to get to the board meetings.
Right. Hanging in there.
Good. I just have to update my mom.
I feel like I've got way too many things up here.
At least I didn't have to lay on the floor this time.
Is it better?
Much better, yes.
Is it better? Okay.
At one meeting, I had to go outside and lay on the floor. These red chairs, there's something about them that's very unfriendly to the back. I don't know what it is.
I think this will hold me.
No lumbar support.
There's no lumbar support.
Well, to everyone who's still with us, God bless you. To everyone who's still watching at home, thank you. The next item is our consent agenda. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda item?
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? No? All right.
From the evil
All those in favor of the motion, please let it be known by a show of hands. Do we have any opposed? Okay. That passes, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 8-0. Mr. Superintendent, I believe you've got some personnel appointments to announce.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. It is my honor to present 4 personnel appointments this evening. The first of which you see over my shoulders, the first of which is Mark Angerer, who is the current principal of Bruns Avenue Elementary School, a former principal at Carmel Middle, and an assistant principal at both Wilson and Carmel Middle School. It is my honor to announce that Mr. Angerer will be serving as the new and proud principal of South Mecklenburg High School. And I am sure that he will continue with the track record of success that has already been demonstrated under the previous leadership and build upon that. I would normally ask Mr. Angerer to come to the podium or stand and give a few brief remarks, but he is out of town and will not be able to do so tonight, but I wanted to acknowledge him. The second principal appointment that I have this evening is Mr. Casey Jones. And Mr. Casey Jones is the current principal of West Mecklenburg High School, proud principal, he tells me all the time. And he's not going too far. Mr. Jones is my choice to be the new principal of Olympic High School. He lives in the Steel Creek area and has previously served in several roles in New York City, including as the founder and leader of the Innovation Diploma Plus High School. Mr. Jones, I would like to give you an opportunity to share a few brief remarks at this time.
It will be brief. Thank you, Superintendent Winston and the CMS board for the opportunity to lead the Olympic community. Being a resident of Southwest Charlotte, I've seen the tremendous growth and transition and diversity our area has experienced over the last couple of years. I'm excited about the opportunity to continue the work that has already been started in the Olympic community and to provide spaces for our students to have their experiences that will prepare them for post-secondary success. I've heard about the great work that has already been done on the campus, and I look forward to being an additional resource for both students and families. Before I take my seat, I would like to thank my current learning community superintendent, Aquanetta Edmond, for her leadership and support, and I would also like to thank my future community superintendent, Stephen Esposito, for his vision and passion for the Olympic community. I am so excited, and I can't wait to engage with our families because that's my community. So thank you, board, and thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next up is Mr. Dwight Thompson, who is the current principal at Tuckasegee Elementary School. He is my choice to be the next principal of Renaissance West STEAM Academy. Mr. Thompson previously served as an assistant principal at both Albemarle Road Elementary School and another school in
a neighboring district. He also served as a resident principal at Westerly Hills Academy and as a teacher at University Park Creative Arts Elementary School. Mr. Thompson would like to invite you to provide a few brief remarks.
Superintendent Ernest Winston and all of the board, to my learning community superintendent, Aquanetta Edmond. I get to stay with her, so that's an awesome opportunity to continue with. I am totally excited to join Renaissance West STEAM Academy. I think that the model that they have in place in the last 4 years since the school opened is a great opportunity for the students on the west side of our city and for us to really make things happen for that community. So I'm completely all in and invested. I can't wait to meet that staff. And I again thank the board for this opportunity to continue in my leadership and also to lead Renaissance West STEAM Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And last but certainly not least, you can please stand, Principal Faison. I would like to acknowledge Tanya Faison, who is the current principal at James Martin Middle School, where she has served since 2014. Prior to that, she served as a principal at Hawthorne Academy of Health Sciences. She's also been an assistant principal in the district as well, and I'm excited to announce Principal Faison as the new principal of our virtual middle school. Principal Faison, please share a few brief remarks.
Good evening or good night, everyone. I would just like to first say thank you, Mr. Winston, for the recommendation. And also I would like to thank Dr. Radley and Mr. John Wall, who is my current learning community soup, and Dr. Beard, who is my current ED. They both have provided a lot of support for me in my journey at James Martin Middle School. As you stated, I've been there for 7 years. I'm looking forward to this opportunity. I've done a lot, I've seen a lot, I've learned a lot, and I'm ready to move forward with doing a great job with the virtual middle school. I'm looking forward to making sure we create this environment that has already been created in all of our schools because of the pandemic, but to keep that going for those students who really need a different type of a learning environment. And then I just want to take a minute just to say, because I have with me my daughter, and she's been sitting here all night, Bria, and she's a product of CMS by way of Mallard Creek High School, and she's a rising sophomore at Winston-Salem State University. And also I have with me my cousin / dad, and there's a story behind that, Calvin Banks, who's here with me in support too. So again, I'm glad that they sat here all night waiting, and I appreciate the board and you, Mr. Winston, for this opportunity, and I will not let you down.
And as I promised, you all may depart at this time. I know you've been here for several hours. You can leave if you want to.
He's dismissing everybody else. Or you can bring us breakfast. Bojangles run.
So these are principal appointments?
Yes, ma'am.
That's everybody, okay. Well, let's move on to the action items. Our first action item this evening is approval of the 2022-2023 academic calendar. Before the board acts, I turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to recognize Angie Bartles and Stephanie McKinney to present our recommendation for the 2022-2023 academic calendar. Ms. Bartles and Ms. McKinney will provide greater detail about the process for developing the academic calendar and the recommendation. But before they do so, I would like to just take a moment to mention that we bring to you this recommendation, board members, after careful consideration of community feedback. For example, we heard from both staff members as well as members of the community a great deal of support for including several religious holidays that are included in what we will recommend momentarily. And as Ms. Bartles and Ms. McKinney will share, several factors such as timing and the length of winter and spring break periods drove much of the discussion. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge Ms. Jennifer De La Hara, who serves as the board representative on the calendar committee. I would also like to just take a moment to clarify that our request for feedback, every year we request feedback, and that request for feedback does not necessarily mean a vote for one of two options as an absolute. Instead, we use that feedback to really guide our decision-making, and we believe that the hybrid recommendation that will be presented shortly is the best blend of staff and community input, and most important, it is student-focused. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Ms. McKinney and Ms. Bartles.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. So, as you alluded to, Superintendent, the calendar creation is a multi-step process, and it has several intervals. And built into those several steps, there are feedback loops that we go through. And we gather that feedback to help inform us to ensure that we make operational decisions that maximizes the instructional time within the academic calendar. And so as a summary, the academic calendar has to be built with 215 total days for our staff, paid days for our staff. Per state statute, the calendar has to have 4, we call them categories of days. First of all, instructional time. It either has to have 185 instructional days or 1,025 instructional hours. We use the 6-hour days, 6-hour day minimum, or maximum rather, which means that we have to have a calendar that's built with 171 instructional days that meets that 1,025 hours. Then the second area that we have to include is annual leave days, holidays, and then the balance of those 215 days is made up by teacher work days. So as a review of the two options that we put forth for a public vote, the calendars, they were pretty similar, but the differences that I want to highlight is the ending of semester. Semester 1 on calendar A ended January 27th, where on option B, it ended on January 24th. The timing of winter break is 1 day longer in calendar B, and it's 2 consecutive weeks. I'm sorry, in calendar A, it's 2 consecutive weeks. In calendar B, it extends itself into the January 2nd, meaning that we'll get a work day before they come back into the regular school year. Then the other thing to highlight is the timing of spring break. In calendar A, it's the week of Good Friday. In calendar B, it's the week after Good Friday. So again, this is what the calendars look like when they went to public vote or consideration for feedback. Calendar A, it highlighted October 5th as a religious holiday, and Good Friday, April the 7th. Calendar B highlighted September 26th as a religious holiday, Jewish holiday, Rosh Hashanah, and October 5th was recognized in calendar B, Yom Kippur, and then also Good Friday was also recognized. And I'll turn it over to Angie to go through the data that we received from our survey.
Thank you. So as the superintendent and Ms. McKinney both mentioned, we put both of those two options out for public feedback. We heard back from 11,800 folks in our community, both our students, our employees, and parents in the community at large. 57% of those folks preferred option B of the two options. So that was a slim margin of approval for option B. Just wanted to highlight briefly for you, we do ask the people who respond to tell us what stakeholder group they belong to, and the preference amongst both our parents, students, employees, and community members was option B, although you'll note that we didn't have many students or community members complete the survey this year. We ask a third and very important question in our survey when we're asking for feedback from the community, and that is what criteria guide the decision-making of those who are responding. We ask this to better understand what matters to our stakeholders in evaluating the calendars, and that helps us better balance throughout the process, as Ms. McKinney pointed out, as we make iterations as we go, what's important to the most possible number of stakeholders, and that informs the recommendation that the calendar committee brings forward to the superintendent for his consideration. We wanted to point out that when we asked this question about the 22-23 school year, that the people who chose option B, two-thirds of them told us that they did so because of the length and timing of spring break, which, as Stephanie pointed out, is 1 day longer in option B, and it occurs the week after Easter and Passover. It was interesting to note as well that of the people who chose option A, almost 75% of them did so because of the length and timing of winter break, which, as Ms. McKinney pointed out, is 1 day longer in option A and also is a full uninterrupted 2 weeks. So based on this feedback and also conversations with internal stakeholders and our leadership team on the academic side of the house and our cabinet team, the calendar committee recommended to the superintendent a hybrid option, which we're calling option C, but it is really option B with 2 additional considerations present. So we have included a non-instructional day during the November election day, which is November 8th, and then we've added 1 teacher workday to the beginning of winter break to adhere to the feedback that we got from the people who chose option A and cited they did so because of the length and timing of winter break. We are proposing this option as the recommendation because, as I mentioned and as you saw in the survey results, there was not a very large margin of preference for option B. So we believe that this will be able to optimize the elements that matter for the majority of stakeholders who gave us their feedback and also adhere to leadership and board feedback about the importance of having a non-instructional day on the November election day. So option C is here for you on the screen. There are the 2 differences from option B that I mentioned. So you'll note the teacher workday on November 8th. You'll also note the teacher workday on December 20th. That decreases our total number of instructional days to 175. And so the implication of that is operational in nature. If we do not have 177 instructional days, then it will call into question our ability to have all 4 of our early release days, or it will mean that the superintendent cannot waive all 4 of the makeup days that are allowed per policy. So the recommendation we made to the superintendent, again, was option C for his consideration tonight.
Well, thank you, Ms. Bartles and Ms. McKinney, for your leadership of the calendar committee. And I know that it is probably our largest committee in the district. And we do that intentionally because we take very seriously the opportunity to be as inclusive as possible with all of our stakeholders, internal as well as external stakeholders. So thank you for shepherding us through that process. And so, Madam Chair, board members, I would just reiterate that my recommendation to the board for approval for the 2022-2023 calendar is the hybrid option C version.
All right. Do we have any questions? Okay, I'm going to turn to Board Member Jennifer De La Hara to make this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the academic calendar for the 2022-2023 school year attached to this motion entitled Option 3.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, certainly briefly. And thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for taking some extra time this evening to explain the process and to elaborate, how we go about this. I know Ms. Bartles and Ms. McKinney have done that several times before us here, but I think just taking that extra moment to explain how complicated it is really appreciated now that we have 5 extra people in the audience that are left with us and maybe 20 people watching from home. So it's good to get that information out to the public. I appreciate all the hard work that both of you did this year in particular, because we had to run the meeting during COVID remotely. So they had to come up with, I just want to share this briefly, special ways for us to all, I mean, how many was it? 40, 60 people coming together to manipulate these calendars in a virtual environment. And it was very complex, and it was not an easy task. So first of all, thank you for figuring out unique ways to do that during COVID. And I'm very pleased that we were able to come up with a hybrid model that incorporates some of that extra feedback that we did get from various community members, including some of the Jewish high holidays that we discussed that are there, and also Election Day. I know our Municipal Education Advisory Committee, many of those members in the MEAC committee had indicated that was very important countywide. And so I appreciate that feedback. I would like to suggest for consideration in the future, however, I'll just throw this out there, because despite our efforts to explain, I think oftentimes that we are still gathering feedback, the fact that two calendars are put out in the way that they are, folks really do think they're voting for one or the other, and that the one that is the majority that wins should be the one and only. I appreciate the extra explanation tonight. An option might be, there can be ways that we can capture the values that are important, that values piece, the length of the winter break, the length of the spring break, holidays, all of those. Maybe there are different ways without forcing folks to choose one calendar or other, that we can still capture the values that are important to the community so it doesn't confuse them. It's just simply an option for us, to think about next year on different ways that we might be able to present that so the community still feels involved, but it doesn't force us to have to sort of vote against what they voted for. I certainly can restate that. Should I do that now?
Restate the motion, yes, please.
Yes, okay. Madam Chair, I move to approve the academic calendar for the 2022-2023 school year attached to this motion entitled Option C.
Okay.
Second. Now do we have a second?
Second.
All righty, any further debate?
Well,
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by a show of hands, please. And that passes by 8-0. All right, our next action item is a recommendation to approve the Title I, II, and IV grant application. I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I want to recognize members of our team, led by Ms. Katie Sanseri and Ms. Allison Whitaker, who are going to provide an update on several areas of important funding for which we must approve grant applications. This funding is critical to our efforts in the district to provide equity in outcomes for our underserved individuals and groups within the CMS community. And so with that, I am going to toss it over to you guys.
Good evening, board members and Mr. Winston. I'm pleased to be here tonight to share the Title I portion of the application for the 21-22 school year. I do want to recognize our Title I team members who are watching on Facebook Live. So hello, Dr. Lawani and Ms. Maness. Title I is the largest of all the federal entitlement grants to support supplemental academic programming to our highest need schools. CMS received a slight reduction in 21-22 Title I planning allotment. We have also a 15% carryover, which is allowable under federal law from 2021 school year, and that will help us continue programming outside of the regular school calendar. Please note, our poverty percentage served is the same as 2021. The U.S. Department of Education offered a flexibility option in light of pandemic data. DPI has selected to utilize this flexibility option and asked that all LEAs district-wide utilize this. So we will be using last year's poverty data and serving the schools at this poverty percentage and above. In 21-22 school year, we will serve 83 schools in CMS. We will also, and we must, set aside funding for non-public schools who wish to access Title I funds through CMS, And we also have a program with the school at Thompson for neglected and delinquent set-aside that is required. These two slides highlight all 83 Title I schools in the 21-22 school year. And on this slide, we will show that we have one new school, new to CMS as well as Title I, South Pine Academy. We have no schools in grandfather status, meaning that they are exiting Title I, and Huntingtown Farms was in grandfather this last school year and has exited. Our first set-aside I'm going to discuss as far as district set-asides under the Title I application include parent and family engagement. It is a required set-aside. LEAs are required to set aside at least 1% of our Title I funds for family and community engagement. 90% of that 1% is redistributed back to all 83 Title I schools for use for family and community programming. The remaining funding, as well as an additional amount of funds, are set aside for district positions to provide additional support to our schools. And we have two positions, a Title I director and Title I specialist, to provide training and coaching. And also want to just a quick shout out, March 19th, Title I Fair, upcoming in 2022. Put it on your calendar. Our next set aside at the district level is the pre-K program, Bright Beginnings. It serves 2,178 four-year-olds across the district. The program includes 121 classrooms. We did add two additional from last year. And it also, along with those classroom positions, it provides support positions for those classrooms as well. Another set aside that is required under Title I is to allow for funding, an opportunity for non-public schools to access funding through CMS, that is Title I funding specifically to support students at risk. So we have this year 20 schools who have elected to participate, and we are currently in the consultation process with those schools. We have another set aside specifically for beginning teacher and development support, and this is ongoing coaching and training for teachers who are in Title I schools that are in years 0 to 3 years. We currently fund 6 coordinators that work across all our Title I schools. Under the Title I legislation, there are 2 different designations based on EOG and EOC as well as graduation data, and they receive coaching and training through a continuous improvement support model on the NC STAR School Improvement Platform, and we have an NC STAR specialist who conducts that support. Another required Title I set-aside is for supporting students who are experiencing homelessness. CMS must set aside at least 1% of the entire budget for this program. This is the one set aside where funds can and are used outside of Title I schools. We fund the MCV district liaison position as well as 10 MCV social workers at school sites with the largest number of students that are enrolled currently experiencing homelessness. We also set aside funds for ASEP BSEP programming during the school year, as well as covering the ASEP BSEP offering for Camp CMS this summer. An additional slide, we used to have foster care under the homeless set aside. Under ESSA, we must separate it out. We normally do not have much participation there, but we are required to set aside funds for children in foster care separately. And we have, over the last year and last couple of years, had a handful of requests to access funds. And another set aside we offer with our district funding, and this is in addition to the Title III grant, is English learner support for our Title I schools. This includes coordinating teachers to support classroom instruction practices for translator interpreters for positions, as well as a contract for translation services to translate written documents in multiple languages. I mentioned this earlier, but we do set aside an amount for what the federal government identifies as neglected and delinquent programming. We work with the school at Thompson, and the amount of children is established through account by the district, but then the school district does not set the amount of funding, the state does. So we will have that total later this month. We have one new initiative. It's a district-wide Title I initiative, and it is a daily substitute stipend we're offering that is on top of what the regular substitute pay is, and it will be for substitutes who choose to work in Title I schools. And we are working with the Human Resources Department to offer this incentive, and it is a daily stipend. One more set aside. To ensure compliance in programming, and as well as oversight for the Title I law and ESSA regulations, we have set aside 8.6 of the allowable 12% for staff in both the Title I department as well as administrators for the Central I Learning Community. And also there are additional district costs that are included on the right-hand side of your screen. Those are also captured in that 8.6%. And finally, we get to our Title I schools. The remaining balance is distributed to our schools to build their plan and budget to supplement their school improvement plan goals and add additional action steps to further support their work. And to highlight some common expenditures, I've made a list here to show different ways that our schools do spend their money, including positions, professional development, curriculum planning past the regular school year, as well as supplemental supplies, parent and family engagement, and also those transition activities that are needed between grade levels. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sansari.
Thank you. Great to be here this evening. I'm going to briefly go through two smaller grants. So this is our Title II grant that I'll do first, and then our Title IV grant after that. The Title II grant is for building systems of support for excellent teaching and leading. So this is really about building capacity for effective teachers and effective leaders in our schools. Our Title II planning allotment also went down just slightly. So in the 2020-2021 school year, we got about $5.1 million for Title II. For this upcoming school year, our planning allotment is $4.9 million. One of the things that our Title II grant supports is our CMS teaching residency program. So this, of course, is a program for folks that maybe don't have an education background but have industry experience to become a teacher. And so we do support the CMS teaching residency coordinator along with some of the training and stipends for the CMS teaching residency program through Title II.
Do you need me to help you? Are you okay?
You okay, Dr. Jones?
Excuse me.
We also, through Title II, support beginning teacher development and support. This is a place where our entitlement grants actually work together. So you mentioned, Allison mentioned earlier that Title I supports beginning teachers development and support, as does Title II. So those work together. So one of the new initiatives under Title II is 2 additional new teacher support coordinators. So in addition to the 6 that Allison mentioned earlier, because they've had good success with our new teacher support coordinators and keeping our new teachers within CMS. This also supports training for new teachers. Title II also provides funding for educational leadership development. And so this includes a number of partnerships with our local universities, UNCC, Queens, and Winthrop, to name a few. And those are for programs where teachers maybe want to become leaders in our district, and so they can be supported through that process. This also supports our training for principals and assistant principals, and includes diversity and inclusion professional development as well. Title II, of course, supports a number of teacher professional development. So this is in addition to the new teacher one I mentioned earlier. This includes our math and ELA specialists that support content and support teachers within our schools, along with trainings, very specific trainings such as like the Orton-Gillingham training as an example. In addition to that, like our other federal grants, we do have some requirements for administrative costs, And we are required to offer Title II also out to private schools. We have 27 private schools in Mecklenburg County that have decided to participate in Title II for the upcoming school year. Our Title IV grant is the smallest of the three that we'll talk about this evening, and Title IV is the Student Support and Academic Enrichment Grant. It is focused on 3 areas: safe and healthy schools, well-rounded education, and effective use of technology. Our Title IV planning allotment actually went up just slightly. As you can see, we will receive about $100,000 over the planning allotment that we had for this current year. Within our safe and healthy schools category within Title IV, this must be at least 20% of our Title IV funds, but as you can see, we spend about 50% of our Title IV funds on safe and healthy schools. This supports initiatives like our bilingual social worker. So we had 1 of those supported by Title IV this past year. That's been increased to 2 for the upcoming year. In addition to that, Title IV supports restorative practices, SEL curriculum, things like the anonymous bullying reporting platform that's in place, mobile crisis panorama, school-based mental health for our underinsured or uninsured students, and professional development for our student services professionals. Under well-rounded education, again, this must be at least 20% of the grant. However, we do increase that to much more than 20% of the grant. This supports our Equal Opportunity Schools program. This is to increase the number of underrepresented students taking advanced coursework at the high school level. That's currently in all of our comprehensive high schools. It also supports supplemental math curriculum resources. So this is actually like the workbooks, things that kids need to support the curriculum. K-5 science kits, and an elementary music platform and curriculum. Finally, the smallest bucket, as I mentioned, is effective use of technology. This needs to be at least $1 of our grant, so a very small portion, but we do set aside $30,000 here for professional development for the effective use of technology. As with the other grants, administrative costs and private schools. And so again, we have 27 private schools in Mecklenburg County participating in Title IV for the upcoming school year. We're on to questions.
All right, any questions or comments? Ms. Byers-Bailey, and then Ms. Marshall, and then Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. It's always interesting to see how the federal government decides to hand out amounts of money for a variety of things. And then you have to keep track of which penny went to which one. So I thank you very much for doing all that. I have a couple of questions in the Title I. You mentioned that the new category of foster care had been carved out from something that was in previous years, but you didn't really have a whole lot of applicants for that, or you don't anticipate you'd have a lot of applicants for that?
There are more options for children in foster care as far as resources, other than just ASAP, BSAP that are made available, so we just have not. So in last year we had, actually 19-20 school year, we had 4 students, and the year before that we had 3. And so we just don't have many, but we do work directly with the Department of, Social Services to make sure that we get those applications across them as quickly as possible when we have requests.
So I guess if we've only got 3 to 4 students, do you end up using all the money that's set aside for that? And
Not necessarily.
What do you do with the excess?
If we usually try and move it later in the year over to MCV, the homeless set aside, so that the ASAP, BSAP, we usually have requests for summer programming.
Okay, all right, that's my first question. My second question is regarding the substitutes in Title I. I really appreciate the fact that we're able to offer us something above what they normally earn, because they do a marvelous job for us. Are we getting our Title I substitutes from Kelly Services anymore?
No, we are not. We're in collaboration with the Human Resources Department.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. No more questions.
Ms. Marshall, and then Dr. Jones.
Just a couple. Just want to make sure, you probably said this, but I think I tuned out a bit here, a little bit, every now and then. Happens.
Keeping it real.
Get real. I'm real. Title II, I think 2, 3, and 4, are they don't they can be spread across all schools?
They can, and I think I missed saying that. It's probably on my notes, but Title I goes to our Title I schools specifically. Title II and Title IV are for all schools in the district.
And I see the residency program, which is so great, is in Title II, I believe. Is that pretty much funded with those Title II dollars?
It's a combination of Title II and the CMS Foundation.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That's all I
Dr.
have.
Jones?
I hope I can talk. Behavior management technicians. What schools utilize dollars for those positions?
Many of the schools do. I can get you a list. But yes, many of the schools do identify BMT as a position with Title I funds.
Title I is generally academics.
So we can also support social emotional learning as well. And so one of the strategies is when a child is having a need to step away and recenter, they can step out of the room with an adult who does some guiding counseling, and then they can enter back into the classroom, so it reduces the amount of time out of class.
Oh, I'd like a list of the schools. My concern is, does it take away from the academic focus, or some schools utilizing it at the exclusion of the reading, the Title I reading?
It should not. They should. The intent is that they are that resource for the child so that they can more quickly get back in the classroom. Yeah.
The general Title I teacher plus a BMT?
It depends. It depends on the individual school's different allotments.
Okay, so it wouldn't be a school that didn't have a teacher but has a BMT?
So the schools are identifying their needs based on their, like they work with their SIT team members to identify what the needs are. If it's that they have enough classroom teachers, but they do need some kind of resource to ensure that kids, that when they have needs, are able to be addressed and then return to the classroom, that might be a reason why they select that position.
I very much would like to see schools and where the BMTs are, and if there is a BMT and a Title I teacher.
I can get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. DeLahara?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm glad to see that we have the option now for the extra $20 a day for our substitute teachers. I know that, or it's my feeling that in general they're still severely underpaid. But can you please repeat that? I know you told me that the other day. Was it $80 and $103 and confirm that those are state rates? Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay,
yes.
So we don't have an option. Like if we wanted to pay them, I don't know.
I'm looking at.
I mean, we can do the extra 20, but we're paying whatever the state rate is.
We're paying the state rate, which is $80 non-certified and $103 certified. The Title I portion, the incentive, it would be a $20 bonus per day.
Okay.
For classroom teacher subs.
And then I did have a couple people just text me quickly to ask, if I don't know if you can summarize this, but how is it that private schools participate? Like, how does that play out? I think it would be helpful. There's public interest to want to understand that.
Yeah, so it's federally, like it's required that we offer what are called equitable services to our private schools. And so we actually have to offer that to all private schools in Mecklenburg County. And then they essentially complete a form to say that they would like to opt in for those services. With Title I, they would receive, individual students would receive tutoring services, essentially. Mm-hmm. And then with Title II and Title IV, they have to work really within what's allowable in the grant in consultation with our district. So at no point are we providing money directly to the private school because it all comes through the district. So if there is something.
So the students are participating in the service?
That's right.
Okay. Because they qualify for it?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions on this side? All right, well then I'm going to turn to Ms. Carol Sawyer for the motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve the grant applications for Title I, Title II, and Title IV funding. If approved, the grant funding for Title I will be used to support the identified Title I schools with supplemental instructional support for students with identified academic needs, parent and family engagement, and recruitment and retention of high-quality teachers, among other items. The grant funding for Title II will be used to support CMS initiatives to improve the quality and effectiveness of teachers, principals, and other school leadership, and to increase the number of teachers, principals, and other school leaders who are effective at improving student academic achievement in schools, among other items. The grant funding for Title IV will be used for CMS initiatives to support safe and healthy schools, well-rounded education, and effective use of technology.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate? Okay. All those in favor of Ms. Sawyer's motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that passes by 8-0. And our third and final action item tonight is recommendation to temporarily suspend the GPA provision in policy JJJ. So, Mr. Superintendent, could you please introduce this item and make your recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Due primarily to the impacts of the pandemic on our ability to adequately serve all students' needs for the past several semesters, this board has taken the step to suspend policy JJJ. That is the policy that requires a minimum GPA to participate in many extracurricular activities, and we recommend the continuation of the suspension of policy JJJ for the upcoming semester. I have to say this does not represent a relaxation of academic standards. We've maintained that academics must and should always come first. However, many students' experiences are enriched with our school-sponsored extracurricular activities such as band, athletics, and many other activities. And many of these students' academic experiences are intensively correlated to their participation in extracurricular activities. Without those experiences, academic achievement is likely to suffer rather than improve. And so we know the pandemic has had a profound impact on our students' lives. And it is our goal, it is our aim to return to normalcy as much as possible for the upcoming school year. And we believe that our board can send a clear message of support for that effort by extending the suspension of policy JJJ for the upcoming semester. And that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
And that's just one semester, not the whole year.
That is correct, one semester.
All right, any questions? Okay, I will turn to Ms. Cheek to make this motion. Oh, I'm sorry, I had a question. Thank you. Sorry, go right ahead, Ms. Fowler.
If we create this this motion and it is only for the first semester, what will we do to just to remain equitable for the second semester sports or clubs that may be happening? For example, our spring sport athletes, would the GPA sometimes does not update for the A-Day, B-Day courses. Just to play devil's advocate, I totally agree that we are not laxing on our learning abilities and our putting education in the forefront. So I was just asking, if we create this policy for just the first semester, will we reconsider to allow it to be for our second semester athletes or band members and et cetera as well?
Yeah, I will be asking for that.
We have, our team is looking at second semester now, but we thought it was important to ask the board to suspend for first semester only. That is something, Ms. Fowler, that we are taking a look at, and if we deem that it would be appropriate, we'll bring back another recommendation to the board at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cheek.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to suspend the 2.0 GPA requirement
for participation in extracurricular activity as required in policy JJJ for the first semester of the 2021-2022 school year, provided a student meets the local promotion standards from the 2020-2021 academic year. And I would like to speak to my motion, if I get a second.
Get a second.
Second.
Okay.
So, Mr. Winston, I brought this up to you probably about a month or so ago as a concern. And Dr. Hayes got to hear from me about it as well. My biggest fear, having raised 3 children through the system and knowing the importance of extracurricular activities, of a wide variety of those to students, and how it can motivate students to do better in school, to participate in chorus. Frankly, there is a young man here tonight that I was present the day he was born, and he's a family friend, and he was part of the chorus program at Huff High School. So I got to go speak to him after, and he's been the only person that kind of hung out and waited for the whole meeting. And I thought of you, David, as I was thinking about this motion. The importance of that music program, the importance of ROTC, robotics, Odyssey of the Mind, soccer, track, whatever the extracurricular that speaks to the heart of a child, a heart of a student, is something that we need to honor and respect. We've made it really tough for those kids to be academically successful, and we need to pour all of our energy into making them academically successful this fall so that they can meet requirements for the spring. Brianna, I completely understand your concern, and I have that as well, and I think we're going to have to look at that as we get closer. Obviously, a lot of the winter activities will be affected by this, but it was really important to get this on the table tonight because tryouts for all of those things and signups for all of those clubs and all those things are going to happen very quickly. So I ask my colleagues to support this. I strongly believe that student outcomes and academic excellence is what we have to strive for, but I think we also have to look at the heart of every student and do everything we can to help them heal and get back to some sense of normalcy, and this will be a big step. And I certainly am so excited to think about being at a choir concert this fall, in person, I hope, and at a football game in the fall, not in the winter, and at track when it's not, November and 18 degrees out, freezing cold. So I'm really excited about getting back to normal, and this is a big step for our students and our staff at our schools. So I please urge everyone to support it.
Any further discussion or debate? Mr. Strain?
So this is really tough for me because Superintendent Winston, you used the terms extracurricular and enrichment. And I agree. I think all of these are fundamental to the development of our youth. They do absolutely enhance the curricular activity. But I can't support this because curricular is the core. And for a whole slew of reasons, not the least of which is all of our students knew that this was the expectation last semester. And they were able to perform how they were able to perform. Now we're looking at next semester and saying, well, it was a difficult situation, so we're going to lower the bar. And that's what this is, right? I mean, we can say it's not lowering it, but we are indeed. That's exactly what we're doing. One could certainly argue that perhaps what needs to happen is if our youth is not able to meet the standard, meet the expectation in order to perform in the extracurricular activities, they need to focus on the curricular activities and not participate in the extracurricular activities. So I'm not able to support it just the same way as I wasn't able to support it last time. We're actually here for the curricular activities. I'm glad we can provide all of the enrichment through extracurricular activities, but I can't support lowering the standards and saying that's good enough. It was difficult, but we're going to let you play anyway, or we're going to let you sing or dance, or all of the wonderful things we offer. They are extracurricular and they are enriching, but we have standards and they knew they had to meet those standards.
Anybody else before we move to the vote? Ms. Fowler?
I think we need to bear in mind, in order to maintain equity, that's different from equality. Equality is giving students all the same opportunities, but not looking at each student's circumstances. What we're doing is looking at the circumstances that the students were put in last year and giving them the space to grow, allowing them to have a growth mindset and motivate students to learn. If we see the students and see how they were struggling last year through a global pandemic, it will allow us to realize that the student can go to the extracurricular activities and keep the students' SEL in mind. That should be the focus, is the SEL. So I really hope that you all vote to keep the GPA requirement for the extracurricular activities, because extracurricular activities coincide with curricular activities. And many students have expressed that to me, and I really hope that you all bear that in mind throughout your decision. Thank you.
So just to be clear, you're urging us to support the superintendent's recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I think we'll call the vote. All those in favor of Ms. Cheek's motion, let it be known by a show of hands. Any opposed? So that passes by a vote of 7-1. Madam Clerk, pardon? Oh, 7-2, did I miscount?
Oh, no.
Oh, who made the second? Margaret Marshall.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that was our final action item. We now have two reports. The first is a Camp CMS update, and I return to the superintendent for this update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this week marked the continuation of our Camp CMS Summer Learning and Enrichment Program after a one-week hiatus. And just yesterday, I and several board members, along with staff, visited one of our elementary schools to see firsthand some of the great teaching and learning taking place during this program. This was an after-hours visit, and we witnessed the type of activities that our staff members are providing for children in our extensions program for exceptional children, and this was truly an amazing experience. And that is just one example of what is happening in our schools during our summer program. We hear feedback from families that students are benefiting from this effort, and we know that the students who are participating will return to school this fall better prepared to continue their learning. And so Dr. Tangela Williams, Dr. Frank Barnes, and I believe Ms. Christine Peugeot will join us momentarily for a detailed update on the first 3 weeks of the program. But before they do, I would like to just state to all of our teachers and staff that we understand that there have been some delays in payment. And I can assure you that our Human Resources Department is working very hard to correct those delays and any mistakes. This will be rectified. Many payments have been issued, and all payments provided as soon as HR will be making the next necessary corrections. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams to kick us off.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. Board Chair, Board Vice Chair, all members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to give a mid-program update for Camp CMS. Tonight, we will review Camp CMS's objective. We will talk about registration and attendance in terms of an update. Dr. Barnes will provide us with an accountability measures update, and Ms. Peugeot will provide us with a human resources update. And we will also talk through some next steps for Camp CMS. Just as a reminder, Camp CMS is an initiative that's born from North Carolina state legislation that's designed to address unfinished learning and any negative educational impact of the COVID pandemic. The camp is designed to address the needs of our at-risk students, but CMS did take the initiative to open up our camp opportunity to any family that wanted to participate. And just as a reminder, we collectively as a team have lifted up a program for summer learning that is outside of the scope and sequence of any other summer program we've ever done in CMS with Camp CMS. So, and because of that scope and sequence of the summer program, all of our departments have leaned into the work, and we've definitely embodied what it means to be team Camp CMS, Team CMS, and I just want to pause to say thank you to everyone that has done anything to help us make Camp CMS a success. Many of the colleagues that are sitting to my right that have, and some that have already left tonight, but definitely want to say thank you for all of our departments leaning in. And we know the scope and sequence of our camp is large. It's a lot going on in the background. We've been able to do a lot of things that are successful. We've had some bumps along the road as we've gone along, but it was delightful tonight to hear the student voice that we heard earlier this evening from Alejandro, who spoke about what he is actually learning in Camp CMS and spoke about the fun that he's having while he's actually learning in Camp CMS. And just to keep us grounded in the student voice and the student experience is really what Camp CMS is all about. So Camp CMS objective is to increase student mastery and to deepen understanding of high priority grade level standards by providing students with time, instruction, and opportunities to access grade level content. And we just want to emphasize here again that we are not attempting to recreate an entire school year, but we are prioritizing some of the high priority grade level standards that our academics department has lifted up as the standards that we believe will give students the highest leverage opportunities to be more successful when they enter the next grade next year. And we are reminding ourselves that Camp CMS in its totality is a 24 instructional day program. And in those 24 days, our students are engaging in a plethora of different content at different grade levels. And that's what we see on this side here. And we are reminded that all of our kids also have access to exceptional children's services if they qualify for those, English learner services, and student support services. Our curriculum is the Open Up curriculum for math and the L curriculum for English language arts. And we are using our Caring School Community curriculum for our social emotional learning. And I just want to lift up again our Bridge program for our rising ninth graders. And just to put this in perspective, if we think about it, our current rising ninth graders, the last time that these students were in school full-time in person, they were seventh graders. So if we think about it in that perspective, we're reminded of how important this opportunity is this summer as we provide students with the opportunity to get access to some of the curriculum that they will experience in the next grade level and to be acclimated again to a campus in person. In terms of our registration and attendance update, we do have 30,972 students who are enrolled in our portal. Of those 30,000, about 19,956 students are deemed at risk, and those numbers were accurate as of July 12th in our portal. Our registration right now is closed, with the exception of our third grade students who have not yet met the Read to Achieve benchmarks, and our students who are new to CMS and our future enrolled students. Our average attendance information as of the week of June 28th, we have 26,210 students who have attended at least one day of Camp CMS. And on average, we are seeing about 15,784 students who were in attendance the third week, which was the last week of the first session. We are currently in the first week of the second session of Camp CMS. And on average of that 15,000 students, about 10,000 students are at risk who were in attendance that third week of the first session. This slide just gives us a breakdown of the numbers of students at each grade level who we do deem as at risk. In this information, I won't read every number on this slide, but you do have it for your reference. We did take some time when we realized that our attendance numbers were not what we anticipated them to be. We did ask our site administrators to take some time with their teams at each site to do some outreach effort to families to inquire and to see if we could locate some of our students and to determine why they were not attending. And we do have some information on this slide that summarizes what our site administrators and our teams found. So about 34% of the families we were able to contact said they just were no longer interested in attending Camp CMS. About 8.6% said that their student would not be in Mecklenburg County this summer. About 7% said that their student had enrolled in a different summer program. About 5% said that their student does not any longer need this academic support for the summer. And about 39% gave various other reasons not accounted for on this slide. Some of those various reasons that were given were the bail time for the school that they were assigned didn't meet the family's needs. There were some medical reasons lifted up, some personal family reasons lifted up, and there are also in that 39% some instances where the family did not return the outreach effort, or we did not reach them. And I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Barnes, who is going to give us some accountability measures updates.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. May I borrow the pointer? Thank you so much. So, good evening. So, to provide a little context on the data you'll be shown in the next couple of slides, we've set an objective or a goal that by the conclusion of 24 days of Camp CMS instruction, that at least 80% of Camp CMS participants would have met or would be approaching meeting the standards taught and tested during that 24-day period. In that way, we've set that, and I do want to acknowledge what Dr. Williams said, is that is for students K through 7. Those 8th graders are treated as rising 9th graders, so they would be included in grades 9 through 12 objectives, just to clarify why it's just K through 7. We pulled the data on June 30th, which would have been after the 11th day of instruction. These data reflect assessments that were given at different intervals. Some classes and subjects, or grades and subjects, assessed every 4 instructional days, some every 6, some every 7, some every 8. So some data may be incomplete. Either students weren't present when the test was administered, or the test administration window was not yet completed at the 30th, which meant that when they came back after the brief hiatus, they would have continued to test. And so some students haven't yet been showing up in those numbers, and that's some of the reasons why, but certainly Dr. Williams can talk about other reasons why as well. For grade 9 and 12, we've set SMART goals around credit accumulation. However, after the 11th day of instruction, credit accumulation figures had not yet been pulled, given I'll say the early point of the Camp CMS experience. But allow me to show you these figures for K through 7. First, in English language arts, what you'll see going from left to right is the grade level from K through 7, the number of students tested, and I want to point out that for grades 3 and 4 and 6 and 7, there was continued testing that would have continued after the 30th, but these are the students who were captured at that point. Then what you have here in the middle, percent meeting or exceeding mastery, that's the percent of students who are meeting or exceeding mastery on what would have been the most recent assessment given. It's not the sum of all assessments, but the most recent assessment given. And in some instances, there might have been 1 standard or 2 standards that were being tested with that assessment, because remember I said 4 days, 6 days, 7 days, so that's important to keep in mind. And then the last column on your far right are percent of students who are nearing mastery. I think it's important to keep that 80% in mind. So you really want to say, okay, based on how many students are meeting or exceeding mastery and those who are approaching mastery, if all things being equal, if our students who have experienced mastery right now on future assessments continue to experience that mastery, and we do well moving the students who are near, are we close to 80%, which is our SMART goal? So what you can see is in most grades, I think we're trending towards the right direction. However, I would say there's a point of I would say, interest and greater exploration for what's happening in grades 3 and what's happening in grade 7, even though all students haven't yet been tested. But those are things that just cursory view of the data say there's things that we need to ask and things that we need to look at what we're doing. In mathematics, this data looks similar in format to what you saw in English language arts. But here you see, I would say in grades 4 and also in grade 5, where we're seeing, there is a greater proportion of students who are nearing mastery than who have yet experienced and demonstrated mastery based on the most recent assessment they were given. Once again, noting that this isn't the total of all standards in the grade span, but the 1 or 2 standards, perhaps 3 standards that were assessed for that most recent assessment. So this gives you a snapshot of where we were after 11 days. We've just returned and just experienced what I believe is our 14th day, so we're going to continue to work. With that, I want to hand things over to my colleague, Ms. Christine Pajot, to talk about some human resource information.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. Here we go. So staffing is in great shape. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, we really transitioned our efforts to looking at that average daily attendance and then making sure we equitably redistribute staff. And that's just a fancy way of saying that at the end of the day, there were about 11 teachers that we reassigned to different sites based on student attendance. So the rest of the new hires right now are limited to vacancies should they occur. So if we have people that came into an issue, needed to resign, and we had a vacancy, then we still have people in the pipeline to be able to fill those positions. I thought it was also too important to share for any staff who are watching, just a reminder around our payroll and first bonus payments that are expected to be paid out this week on the 15th. And along with that are the 2 teacher work days that were back on June 10th and 11th. Those are also going to be processed and paid for that pay date on the 15th. And that concludes the Human Resources report.
All right, so in terms of next steps, we are continuing to focus on the quality of instruction and progress monitoring at Camp CMS. We are actively engaging in educational learning walks and giving feedback to teachers and to site administrators about the quality of instruction, and those walks are being done by the site administrators themselves, as well as by learning community and equity teams that are going into our schools regularly. And we're also going to begin and continue to curate the content for the required Department of Public Instruction reporting. And what's going to be required by DPI is that we report on the promotions and retentions, the pre and post program assessment results. MAP is what we're using for CMS. And we are to report on the credit attainment through credit recovery, which we will know those numbers after the conclusion of the second session. And we are also to report on attendance to DPI. And we'll pause now for any feedback and discussion.
Any questions? Anybody? It's getting late. Ms. Marshall?
I just do want to make a quick comment. When we were at Paul Creek yesterday, one of the administrators there said they're really seeing nice interest from folks whose students weren't really had chosen a virtual option, whether that's exceptional children or whether that's children in general work, that we're using this summer to sort of reacclimate. And I was really pleased about that, and that those families were really enjoying it, taking advantage. So good stuff.
Thank you.
Mr. Strain?
Thank you. So guys, I'm focused as I was last time, right, on the mission of this program. We know there are, as I mentioned, there's 3 sort of reasons for kids to be attending this, right? For remediation, the core purpose of providing the summer school experience here, for enrichment, and frankly for daycare. And so I'm really focused on that mission piece, right? And Dr. Barnes, you and I talked last time about 60,000 at-risk youth in our district. And at the time, we were talking about 20,000 having attended at least a day. Now we've got an average of 10,000. And so now we're under 20% of our at-risk youth utilizing this program that we've set up, that the state set up for them to help them achieve the level of mastery that they need. And so I'm looking at the reports and the target. The target that was set was 80% mastery or progress of mastery. Can you help me out with that one? I think I wrote down 80% mastered or made progress.
Yes, sir. So right now, what we were able to give you a snapshot of is how students were doing basically on mastery on the assessments that they were given so far. However, one thing that we do have at our disposal are a couple of different measures that will allow us to give kind of a pre and post look. Students, teachers back in the spring made what you would call a feedback form, which provided kind of how students were doing on a set of standards, those students who were CMS students at the time. We also are able to use, or were asked to use, a different assessment that would kind of give us a pre and post look, and we were allowed to use our measure of academic progress for those students who use the test. So we'll use the spring administration, and then we'll have to do an administration at nearing the 24th day, either the 23rd or 24th day at the conclusion. So what we would pursue is 80% who would either meet mastery of the standards that were taught and tested, or who are making progress. We don't have that post look yet to be able to determine how many are making progress, but we do, within our platform in which the assessments are administered, able to say, are they nearing mastery? And those are the two figures we're given. So that's what it would be, either meeting that or progressing. But I think I might have gone a little bit farther astray than where you were leading me to.
No, it's brilliant, right? So you've got a snapshot of a point in time using a platform that's been developed, which, so that everybody understands, is different than our normal platform, right? We've had to conjure something up here to do this, but you've done that. We've got a snapshot. Do you have the starting point? So you know where we are at the 11th day, say, but do we know where we started? We've got a target. We know where we are at the 11th day. Do we know for sure that we're actually making progress toward that objective?
What I would say is the data that our team has provided is our best glimpse at this point. The platform that we've had to kind of stand up outside of our student information system is less precise than we needed. So we'd have to we are going to have to extract the data out of that system and then look at those data after we get done with the 24th day to answer that question in totality. But we did not want to be moot on this to make sure that we can answer your question the best we could at this point in time.
Right, not just mine, right? Because this is a snapshot that's roughly halfway through, right? 24 days, we're on day 11. And we're required by the state to give a view of where our students started and where they end, right? So do we have the snapshot of where they started, or is that something that still needs to be developed?
We have a snapshot where they started, minimally for those students who were with us in CMS in the spring. We have it allowed students who have come to us either from out of district, out of state, or out of country to come here. So it won't be the full number who participated, but I wouldn't say it's even close to the majority. The majority, yes, we do have a pre-figure.
And do we have a view then of what that starting point was and the progress that's been made? Because I think what you described tonight, and I appreciate it, but was where we stand today versus our objective. And maybe I missed it, but I don't think you gave a view of where we started, right? Now obviously, on any given day, particularly in summer school, not all the kids are there every day. We've got 20,000 having attended a day, but only 10,000 attending on a regular basis. So I know it's difficult, but what I'm trying to build a picture of is we started here. This is where we are now. Is this where the objective is? Slightly further? Is this where the objective is? Have we made very slight progress? That's what I'm missing in the data is that you're reflecting is how much progress has been made relative to the progress in the first half versus the progress that still needs to be made to meet our objective in the second half of summer school.
I would say based on our current assessment data, if we see students who are meeting mastery, we have a partial view. For those who have yet achieved mastery of the standards that have been taught and tested, I have an incomplete picture. We haven't been able to do that calculation of, say, pre-starting place to current point yet. We need a little bit more time than we have between the data pull and the time we wanted to make sure the board had that provision.
Okay.
Now, understand this, I will make this modification. That's in the aggregate. An individual teacher, she has that view on an ongoing daily basis. So I want to distinguish between what a teacher has for her instructional purposes and what we have, say, for our monitoring and managerial purposes in the aggregate.
Dr. Barnes, do you mind flipping back to the stats for 1 sec? I won't belabor this point, guys, but what
English
I'm
language or
trying...
mathematics?
This is fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a point here. If I look at first grade and we're looking at 42% meeting or exceeding mastery, what I'm trying to understand is at the beginning of summer school, was that at 22%? Was that at 40%? Right? Because if we went from 22% to 42% halfway through, okay, we're making good strides, making good progress. If we started and we were already at 40% and halfway through summer school we've gone from 40 to 42, that's a very different view, right? In terms of the amount of progress that's been made in the first half of our summer school program.
I'm not able at this point to speak to the progress made from that starting point, but I am able to say at a point in time where we are at that point in time.
Thank you.
But we will be able to answer that question as we near the conclusion.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? So the, are these, remind me again, are these rising grades or like kindergartner, that's someone who just completed kindergarten, correct?
Correct.
But the bridge program are kids who just completed 8th grade and are going into 9th grade. And they're doing that at their high school campus, so they get a little head start of their getting familiar with the campus.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Only our current 8th graders are participating in the next grade level's location. All other grade levels are, as you stated, kindergartners are participating in the location where they were kindergartners. 8th graders are going to the high school that they would attend next year.
And I know our staff, some of our staff are signed up for the full 6 weeks. Some are doing the first 3 weeks or the second 3 weeks. Are the students doing the full 6 weeks, or are they in chunks as well?
We did ask for families to sign up for Camp CMS for the full 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks?
Yes.
And then how are we determining the standards to teach?
So our academics department did that work before Camp CMS commenced. And they took a look at the standards that are taught throughout the school year and determined those high leverage standards. So standards that historically may have caused lower degrees of mastery throughout the school year, standards that are tested at a higher level on the end of grade assessment, standards that will be most high leverage for the next grade level to make sure kids have those prerequisite skills for the next grade level. So I'm taking all those things into account, and the amount of time that we are looking at for our 6-week program. All those things were taken into account to determine the standards that we deemed high leverage for Camp CMS.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Anybody, any other questions before we move on to our next report? Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
All right. So our next report is an update on the planning for the American Recovery Act. And I will turn to the superintendent for that report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As part of the American Recovery Plan, CMS, I think, as is widely known, received a significant amount of federal funding to help us with our efforts to overcome the unfinished instruction resulting from the pandemic. It cannot be stated enough that our student-focused approach is undertaken with the understanding that the past 2 school years have been disrupted like none before. And so students have faced challenges that we must help them overcome. And our staff has stepped up and delivered in the face of great adversity. But we all know that more work must be done, and we must not let the pandemic set our students' education beyond the present. Must not let it set it back beyond the present. And the American Recovery Plan funding is among the keys to us serving our students and driving equity of outcomes for all, especially for those who have been impacted most significantly at home and at school during the pandemic. Those groups, for the most part, are the same as those underserved prior to the pandemic. Much community discussion has taken place regarding our plan to allocate the funding we received as part of ARP. CMS staff has undertaken an effort to involve stakeholders from several areas of our community and will continue to do so with inclusivity and transparency in making allocation decisions that focus on student outcomes. Katie Sanseri returns at this time to provide an update on ARP funding allocation and plans for engaging community members and stakeholders as CMS makes decisions on the best ways to use those federal resources to support student success. Dr. Sanseri, I'm going to toss it back over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. So today I'm going to provide essentially like a planning update. So as I had shared back in April, shortly after we found out about this funding, we are following a very intentional planning process. And so this is really just a planning update for you this evening. The first few slides that I'll share will probably look familiar. I wanted to share them again for context before I got into what we're hearing so far from stakeholders and what our next steps are. So the American Rescue Plan is the third of 3 COVID-related funding sources that we're receiving. So this is elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. You may hear it referred to as ESSER 3 or the American Rescue Plan or ARP. For this one in particular that you see on the right side of the screen, we are receiving $317.5 million. That's our planning allotment. And that's available to us. 2/3 of that is currently available to us, so from June of 2021. But it does not need to be spent right this second or even next school year. This is available to us through September of 2024. So just so that that's clear. We are receiving these COVID-19 pandemic emergency funds due to increased needs in a variety of areas. So as we've recognized, there were needs prior to the pandemic, but in many, many areas, those needs have increased, as our superintendent has just shared. And so this funding is really intended to be responsive to those needs and focused on our students. These funds, as with other federal funds, have very specific, what are called allowable uses. So the American Rescue Plan funds in particular are specifically for the prevention of, reduction of, or in response to COVID-19. These can be used for a number of different things, but I've summarized those allowable uses into really 3 categories, one of those being student learning needs. And so this is anything that would impact student learning, from addressing learning loss to anything that would support special populations, or even mental health services or support social emotional learning, as we know that impacts it. Also health and safety, so this is making sure that our personal protective equipment is in place, and school facilities are ready to receive students, and we have the right personnel, such as nurse extenders, in place for our schools. And then finally, these funds can also be used for what would be called the continuity of services or the continuity of employment. So throughout the pandemic, we saw where there were places where we had to utilize other pandemic relief funds to support things like the COVID leave. So just so you have an understanding of the different allowable uses here. As I had shared previously, we are utilizing the Council of Great City Schools guidance as we go through this planning process. The council does recommend that you start with really focusing on safely reopening schools for all students. I'd say that's where we're starting. That's where we are now. Then address pre and post-pandemic unfinished learning. So that will be much of the work as we get into the 21-22 school year. And then finally, build lasting equitable systems of teaching and learning. So really thinking about this funding, as I mentioned, it goes through September of 2024. So thinking about this funding not only through September of 2024, but the ways that we can build capacity and have a longer lasting impact as we think about our plans and what we're able to do with this funding. Just again, making sure that we're using these guiding questions as we go throughout the planning process, as they've been very useful and helpful in the work of our planning teams. So our planning process, as I shared back in April, really starts with stakeholder input. And so we have started to get stakeholder input throughout the months of April, May, and June, and we will continue that through July and August. And concurrent with that, we're funneling that stakeholder input to our focus area planning teams. And so these are groups that you may be familiar with from the budget process. The planning teams include academic performance, great teaching, time and student wellness, health of the district, and access to advanced coursework. And so those same teams, it's not a separate process. It's really making sure that that's aligned to our strategic plan, our strategic direction, as we think about how these funds can provide what our students need now based on data, based on stakeholder input, and based on the strategic direction that we have set. So those focus area teams will take that stakeholder input. They'll think about phase one planning, some things that might be immediate as we think about the 21-22 school year, but then also think about that longer term planning as I've mentioned. And we do obviously intend to follow the continuous improvement cycle as we implement as well. As far as stakeholder feedback so far, you can see on the screen, we've hosted stakeholder feedback meetings with a variety of existing groups. And we've focused on our existing groups primarily because it gives us sort of a captive audience in a way, right? So we have folks that are able to engage because they're part of an existing group. But we also have found that we're getting really good feedback and good discussion because folks are trusting of groups that they're already a part of and meetings that they regularly attend. So you can see here that we've hosted a number of those feedback sessions with various groups throughout April, May, and June. As I mentioned, we are continuing to engage and scheduling with additional community groups throughout the month of July and August as well. We are utilizing the platform Thought Exchange in addition to the stakeholder feedback sessions. So we've had 343 participants hop on Thought Exchange and give their thoughts that way as well, either through part of one of the meetings or separately from that. So you can see there. And they also get to rate thoughts on Thought Exchange. So we've had 6,927 thoughts rated up to this point. Here's what we're hearing from stakeholders so far. One of the biggest things we're seeing is this theme of really increased needs, and that's increased needs in areas of academics, social, emotional, and mental health needs. We're hearing from stakeholders that they're seeing increased absenteeism and disengagement, increased need for translation and interpretation services, both for students and for families. We're also hearing from stakeholders that they have a continued need for virtual or remote learning option, and a continued need for both technology and connectivity. That came out loud and clear throughout our stakeholder feedback so far. In addition to that, our stakeholders have provided a variety of thoughts or ideas, proposals, if you will, throughout their feedback. Those included things like adding additional staff to support students, and that ranged from asks to add staff that would be more instructional or academic in nature, to those that would be more social emotional, counselors, social workers, things like that, to also health professionals, nurses or nurse extenders was mentioned. There were also a number of requests or thoughts around mental health support and access and really increasing that access. Family engagement support also came up, even using some of the terminology of wraparound services that we saw that throughout the feedback. There were also requests for after-school enrichment and tutoring programs. In addition to that, again, the request for interpretation and translation services, technology and connectivity. And then I'll note too, there were a number of requests for additional pay for teachers and school-based staff. This ranged from requests for bonuses and raises. There are things that came up through the feedback that are, I want to be transparent about what we're hearing that may not be allowable on American Rescue Plan. And so an example of that would be something like teacher raises would not be something we could do on an American Rescue Plan funding. But just wanted to be transparent that that is something we're seeing in the feedback. I also wanted to provide for you a representative sample of the some of the things we're seeing from stakeholders. And so these, you can see on the screen, are representative of some of the themes that I've already mentioned. So you'll see where there's asks for additional instructional positions at schools, including MTSS leader positions. There are asks for counselors and social workers. And these are all thoughts that are highly rated through Thought Exchange, which means that someone put it out there and then multiple people rated that as an important idea or an important thing to put forward. We also saw asks for interpreters and even asks for specific training like Orton Gillingham. In addition to that, technology, food support over the summer, support for chronic absenteeism, again, equitable language assistance, and mental health needs. You see that directly through some of the quotes from our stakeholders. So finally, as I mentioned, this is the planning process that we're following. We are still collecting stakeholder input. We're excited to do some additional stakeholder input sessions with some of our really influential community groups through July and August, and we'll continue to funnel that stakeholder input as we're receiving it to our focus area teams as they really begin their planning and go through that planning process and then vet and align the plans. We will come back to stakeholders to share those plans for additional feedback. As I mentioned, this will be somewhat iterative because it is a multi-year grant, and we will be following the continuous improvement cycle as we go throughout both next school year and the additional years of the grant. Last thing I'll mention, our Thought Exchange is still open, and so if folks are still listening this evening and there are ideas or thoughts that are maybe not represented yet in the themes that I've shared, I encourage you to utilize our Thought Exchange that is still open to share your feedback and your thoughts at this time. That's all I have.
Thank you. This is Dr. Sinceri night. Do we have any questions?
Not that I
Ms.
can
Marshall?
remember.
A couple things that I want to talk about. I know that we had budgeted some work around environmental air handling, that sort of thing. I believe in that second sort of tranche of money, the 141 million.
Yes.
And I didn't see that in the 300 million piece. We still may be doing some of that, I would assume. It didn't come up in in stakeholder input, but I would assume we will continue to use those funds for that. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So we did, we allocated from the first round CARES Act funding and the second round, the CRSA, CARESA, SR2, whatever you want to call it. A pretty actually significant portion of our CRSA funding was allocated directly for improving air quality. That is still an allowable use with American Rescue Plan, so certainly we will work with our building services team to evaluate where we are based on what's been allocated from the CRSA funding to see what additional needs would be required to make sure that the air quality in our schools is where it needs to be.
So I would assume that's iterative. I've heard from one of the schools in my district that they might be interested, that they didn't know that they weren't in the sort of first batch. They might have some needs. So I would assume, I'm looking at Ms. Turner going, it would probably still in the process, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
I think part of, as Katie said,
So if
the money was.
you want to maybe come to the mic so our viewing public out on the internet can hear what you have to say.
Because there's at least 3 people still watching.
So yes, and I think we had quite a bit of money for PPE as well as some projects under CARES Act, as well as the CRSA funding I think we received about $42.5 million. And all of that is focused on air quality, indoor air quality. In addition to that, I think we've already submitted our application to her for ARP funding, but, you know, we are still taking information from the public and making decisions about that funding, so we're not exactly sure how much of that. But again, our plan was to focus on indoor air quality.
Okay, well, great. And I appreciate that, and I think, too, I mean, obviously, this is a conversation about what's allowable with this the ARP funding, how we're going about that. So just to the 5 people that are still watching this, this is not the final plan. This is just part of what I just want to make sure that there is lots more to come. And the other thing is, I know that we have initiatives that we'd like to kick off in this next school year. Particularly, I'm very interested in extra staffing for tutoring, for what we might be doing in that. So I know we have to get busy, and that's a thing. We may not be able the first day, but I know that's in the hopper in some form or fashion.
Yeah, so one of the things, as I mentioned, following the Council of Great City Schools recommendations, really getting kids back into school first and then focusing on those pre and post-pandemic needs. And so we'll see some initiatives really kind of potentially roll out as the school year progresses. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep, and this is not a plan. So I'm glad you mentioned that. Not a plan, just the themes we're hearing from stakeholders so far. As I mentioned, we do have a number of other really important stakeholder groups that we have scheduled for July and August as well.
This is an update.
It's not a plan yet.
Not a plan yet.
Yet.
Yes, thank you.
It's the planning for the plan.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, no? Let me just see, I think I had one question, but it can probably, you know what? I will send my question later.
No problem.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
For all of your work and that you put into this. So that was our final information item for the evening. Now turn to the superintendent for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tomorrow marks a great day for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Tomorrow we celebrate an event that our entire community can look forward to. Board member Dr. Ruby Jones, who represents District 3, where Julius L. Chambers High School is located, will be offering remarks about the broader meaning of this new name in the context of its significance for our entire community. And Congresswoman Alma Adams will also join us to share some thoughts as well. And I'm looking forward to, with other board members, to celebrating the new school's name. This represents a decision that this board made last year to move toward a more inclusive, diverse, and supportive mindset. Julius Chambers' life work included breaking down barriers for students and families of color, and that should be celebrated not just tomorrow, but remembered as an example for us all to follow every day. I know that there has been much news coverage, and we heard a lot of our speakers earlier this evening, and there's been even more social media chatter concerning critical race theory, which is a topic that is misunderstood by many, and I think well-defined by a few. Without giving too much oxygen to something that people would use to distract rather than constructively contributing to a conversation that moves us forward than rooting us in the divisive past, I feel that we have to spend a few more moments to just address this. Our schools do not teach and do not promote a doctrine of critical race theory. Our district does, however, actively support learning and professional development for our staff to be able to recognize the shortcomings of systems that have long contributed to inequities that have led to disproportionate outcomes for students of various backgrounds. Those disparities exist throughout the nation, and we recognize that they exist too here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Only by developing understanding of those systems and our roles in either supporting or ending them can we truly say that we're committed to equity for all students. And we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go to reduce performance gaps evident for many of our students, and eliminating the structures that prevent us from doing that is a key step. Only by recognition, understanding, and a shared commitment can we make sure that we're on the right track. Our students deserve equal opportunities to learn and grow, and they deserve environments where different perspectives not only are allowed, but encouraged to be discussed. And that is our commitment to our students, to our families, in our community. We will remain focused on developing staff who support students in the best ways possible, and on giving our students the best opportunities to succeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Cheek and then Ms. Sawyer.
Just briefly, just a couple things to piggyback on what you said, Mr. Winston. I watched Dr. Kendi's interview with Sonia Gant, and the one thing that I took away from it, the main thing I took away from it, and if anyone that actually watches it, some of the people that spoke to actually watch it, I think they would probably have not heard a lot of the quotes that were made about some of the things that may be in his books that are more controversial that I don't necessarily agree with or see eye to eye with. But what I did see eye to eye with him was that we have to make sure that every teacher in every classroom looks at every student with the same level of expectation, that the bar is set the same way, and that the bar cannot be different for a girl or for a child of color or for anybody. We have to have high expectations for all. And that is what I took away, was one of the most important things I took away from what he spoke. What I wanted to say tonight is I heard something tonight that shook me a bit during public comment. We had some incredibly brave women speak tonight, current and former students that we heard from that went through some traumatic events at one of our facilities. And I was troubled when one of them said she was afraid that we had not heard from them or heard them, because we really haven't responded. And you and I have spoken about how I'd like for us to have a more public response to show them how we truly feel about what they've gone through. I'm saddened by what they've had to go through as women and as students at CMS. And I want them to know, and any other students at any school in CMS, to know that if they have been a victim of sexual harassment or sexual assault, that I am a voice that will take their complaints to the Title IX department if they want to reach out to me, if they don't feel safe reaching out to their own school or don't feel that they're being heard. So I want them to know that there are people on this board. I know several of my colleagues feel the same way, but I also want them to know as a board member that I've asked you and I've asked our board chair to take a deeper dive into Title IX and what the program entails so that we can present it to the public within the next, I think the next month at the August board meeting. We're going to be talking about that. And I want to reemphasize the commitment of this board, of myself, and that I'll keep pushing the board and staff to make sure that at every level, from the schoolhouse all the way through central office, through every department, that everybody understands what the Title IX program is and how to implement any flag that is set up that says, I have a concern about a sexual assault or sexual harassment. I want to make sure that there is not a staff member at CMS that does not understand how to properly handle a complaint that somebody has in the future. And I want to tell those young women that spoke tonight that they were heard and that we will make changes as a result of what they have gone through. Part of me wants to get a bulldozer and bulldoze the damn woods behind Myers Park High School right now. And I don't have a bulldozer. I probably would go over there tomorrow. But I want them to know that they were heard and that I know that I have other board members that feel the same way as I do, that we will be committed to making sure that their voices were heard and that changes are made at every level through CMS, and that we will continue our implementation of Title IX that we started about 5 years ago. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Cheek. Ms. Sawyer?
Thank you. I truly appreciate your comments this evening, Superintendent Winston. Makes me very proud to be part of CMS, to hear your clear expression of the work that we're doing and the work that continues to need to be done to root out bias and racism and the structural systems that we have to dismantle to ensure that every child can succeed in our school and in our society. I also really wanted to extend a thank you to the many staff members who spoke about what their training in race, bias, power, and equity meant to them and how it's transforming their teaching. And as our professional development around race and power and equity transform our staff, it will transform our teaching and create better environments for our students. So I appreciate the teaching assistants who spoke so eloquently, as well as the teachers who spoke with such commitment to our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Ms. Marshall?
My dad often says, try not to get your exercise by jumping to conclusions. And I think that that is very good advice. And so I think that while, I have heard a lot of conversation in media and the community about critical race theory, we teach the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. That's what we do. And so we're not teaching a critical race theory in our schools. So I just think that that is something that I want people to understand. And if they've got any questions, certainly reach out to your principal, to your teachers, and we'll go from there. But I do think that's important for us to remember. And to sort of piggyback with Mrs. Cheek there, certainly want to also lend my voice to say if I'm available to, if anything comes to me in terms of concern, I'm passing it on. And so we want to make sure that anyone that has anything they feel uncomfortable with, that we get that to the right folks in Title IX, and that, again, our staff everywhere is very adept at facilitating those concerns, because that's the most important thing. And actually, the most important thing is prevention. And so we've got to work on a culture of mutual respect for all of us at all of our campuses. And that is work that has been going on for a long time and will have to go on for a long time, because we're dealing with human beings. And that's just important for all of us to keep that in mind. And we want students to be able to feel safe everywhere. And so we will work towards that always. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Anybody? Ms. De La Hara?
I'll just speak briefly. I know it's getting late. But just to sort of piggyback off of what Ms. Cheek and Ms. Marshall said, I also was grateful to the ladies who spoke tonight and shared their story. We do hear them. I also, just on a practical level, I know, Mr. Superintendent, we spoke. Some of them are some of the newer allegations are former students. I don't know what we've done to reach out to make sure they know, even if they're not current CMS students, that what their statute of limitations are and what their rights are, to encourage them to report, even years after, if that's the case, because we certainly, I think, could have a role to communicate just that information still, even if they're no longer in the system, and that would be helpful to make sure that we're doing everything that we can do to get the right information in their hands. I hear what my colleagues are saying about following our Title IX, policies and practices that have been implemented with fidelity across the district. And then I also, that's one piece of it. And then there's what I think of as like the culture piece, and just encourage the district to continue to think about, how we respond, the training beyond the just follow the actual Title IX, exactly what it says, but the sensitivity with which the words that are used in the moment when something may even be just insinuated, because maybe it's not even a clear accusation. But I think it is incumbent upon us to dig deeper and to look for red flags, because sometimes people, speak in ways that are indirect because they're calling for help. And to the degree that we're able to train our staff to really tune in to the culture piece around that, understanding the fears that many of our students would have for not wanting to speak up, and to pull that out to the degree that we can. I just think there's always work for us to do in our community to address the culture piece, and I hope that that will be something in addition to just following the Title IX practices with fidelity, which of course needs to happen, that we can always strive to do better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Hara. Ms. Fowler, Mr. Strain, do you guys have any parting thoughts for the evening? No?
Good, thanks.
Dr. Jones, Ms. Bars-Bailey. All right. I will bring it home. I too want to thank all the young women for their courage tonight. There are a lot of people behind this dais who can relate. I do expect in August, the superintendent and I have talked about doing a real deep dive into Title IX in our August meeting. I can tell that there is a lot of work to do to raise awareness of how to report and what support you should expect when you report. I believe that our students can actually help us with how to raise awareness. They can probably tell us better than we can figure it out for ourselves with how to raise awareness. And we sure need our staff to be aware of how to handle a Title IX report and how to give the necessary support. And I just want to, our last message is tomorrow night we will be back together for a governance workshop. This board is in the process of clarifying and sharpening the priorities in our strategic plan so that we can more clearly monitor progress and more clearly communicate results to the community. So we're really doing a deep dive into that tomorrow evening. I'm excited about that work. It's the next stage in our governance work, so you are welcome to join us in room 267 at 6 o'clock if you are a wonky governance nerd like we are, or join us online. And with that, I will thank the final survivors of the meeting for sticking it out with us, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor of the motion, show of hands. Any opposed?
Y'all are rock stars, man. Rock
All
stars.
right. We are adjourned.
But you know the rules. If we meet after 11, you have to go to Bojangles and bring snacks, right? Like,